It is 9 o'clock. It is time to call this meeting to order. We will start our meeting today with prayer. I will ask Lee Floyd to come forward, please. Lee is a religious leader, the Baptist Student Center, and we're glad to have you here this morning, sir. How will you, sir? Microphone.
Will you pray with me, please? Father, we are grateful for the day. Thankful that you have granted it to us, and we know that with this gift comes mercies that are new for us. So we ask that you would help us to walk in the mercies that you lavish on us. Today we pray for our city leaders, that you give them the strength to do all that is needed and required of them, that you give them the wisdom, discernment to lead well, and the courage to stand on what is good for all whom they represent. We are grateful, Lord, for your goodness to us, and for the many blessings that you pour upon us day in and day out. Help us to walk in gratitude, thankful for what you have done and what you will do today, and what you will do in the days to come. For it's in Jesus' name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And Daniel Supisi, if you would please come forward to help us with the pledge, please, sir. Good morning, Daniel. American, Texas, you get us started and we'll follow. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And we've got a special treat this morning. The Twin Mountain Tonesmen are celebrating an anniversary, and I've asked them to come up here today and to sing the national anthem for us. And I think they've also got Country Roads, if I'm not mistaken. So if you guys will come up here, and I will ask y'all to stand as you're able while we listen to a rendition of the national anthem by the Twin Mountain Tonesmen, directed by Mr. Mark Clark. And I believe we've got every one of them here today, Mark. Half? There's more?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare on bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountain, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama.
That was a true pleasure. That's the way to start a meeting, you know it? Do have a proclamation for the Twin Mountain Tonesmen. The Twin Mountain Tonesmen, under the direction of Mark Clark, have a mission to provide high-quality a cappella music to the West Texas area and represent San Angelo in chorus competitions. And the men's chorus is 40 voices strong, dedicated to musical excellence, and enjoys performing a wide variety of music, including jazz, patriotic, religious, 50s and 60s country, and more. The award-winning men's chorus, the Twin Mountain Tonesmen, recently celebrated 35 years of harmonious singing and entertaining performances to audiences far and wide. Now, therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison of the city of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, November the 18th, 2014, as Twin Mountain Tonesmen's Day. Mark? Anthony gonna take a picture. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a comment?
Well, thank you all very much for supporting us all these years. We have a couple of former members in the audience. I think they left when they saw us about to sing. But we have a great time. If you'd like to sing, come join us on Monday nights at Southland Baptist. And we're just proud to be in the Tonesmen and to be part of San Angelo all these years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Get a picture of that. Gentlemen, I appreciate y'all very much.
Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. May. Gentlemen.
Thanks y'all so much.
Tom's?
I believe there's a video presentation.
Do you want to take this over? Okay.
Daniel Sapezi has a soft spot for dogs from the San Angelo Animal Shelter. His family has adopted 2 of them, Sam and Baby Girl, along with a third, Scout, from a rescue group. He'd like more prospective pet owners to opt to adopt, so he's putting his money where his heart is.
The dogs at the animal shelter are just great dogs who just haven't had a good shot at life yet.
Daniel is spearheading an effort to pay the small financial cost for anyone who adopts a dog or a cat from the animal shelter on Saturday, October 25th, which is National Make a Difference Day. For a dog, that amounts to $85. That includes spaying or neutering, all vaccines, microchipping, and a city tag. The $50 cost for a cat covers all the same expenses.
Well, their idea originally came from my sister did a project last year for Make a Difference Day that was called Clean Up Santa Rita Park. And after that, I just knew that I wanted to do something, and I knew that I love dogs, so I just decided to come up with a way to get dogs adopted.
After working out the details with the animal shelter's manager, he began raising funds, mostly from family members and friends, to underwrite the cost of pet adoptions. To date, he has raised in excess of $2,600. That's enough to pay for more than 30 dog adoptions or more than 50 cat adoptions. On Make a Difference Day on Saturday the 25th, the animal shelter, which is located at 3142 US Highway 67 North, will be open from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Daniel will set up a table in front of the shelter to accept donations of items such as pet food and toys, blankets, leashes, and carriers. The teen also continues to accept financial contributions. Checks should be made out to the San Angelo Animal Shelter and mailed to 710 Montecito Drive, San Angelo, Texas 76903. All donors will receive a tax deduction receipt. On Make a Difference Day, those wanting to adopt a pet will undergo an application and approval process. The cost-free adoptions will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Adopters will take possession of their new pet after the animal shelter has had it spayed or neutered by a local veterinarian.
Well, it's just like having a child. You have to take care of them, you have to love them, and I think it's just a great experience if you can do it.
Because Daniel's adoption project seems to be unique among registered Make a Difference Day projects, he is hoping it will earn one of the organization's 14 Outstanding Project Awards. That honor comes with a $10,000 prize, which he would donate to the shelter.
And with that video, Daniel, would you step forward, please? I would like to recognize Daniel Sapezi this morning. And yes, Julie, come up, please, 2 men. Let me read this proclamation, or this recognition. It's Make a Difference Day is celebrated each year on the fourth Saturday in October. It is the largest national day of community service and is a celebration of neighbors helping neighbors. Central High School sophomore Daniel Sapese Make a Difference Day project is to underwrite the cost of pet adoptions from the San Angelo Animal Shelter, has resulted in 24 dogs and 2 cats finding homes forever. Daniel has raised nearly $4,500 in donations, approximately $2,000 of which has been used to adopt dogs and cats. On National Make a Difference Day on Saturday, Daniel partnered with shelter staff to adopt 16 dogs. Daniel plans to enter his project in the National Make a Difference Day contest that awards $10,000 prizes. If he wins, he will donate the proceeds to the animal shelter. Therefore, I, Dwayne Morrison, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize and applaud Daniel Sapese for his dedication and positive determination for making a difference in our community. Thank you, buddy. All right, Daniel, it's your time to make a speech now.
All right. I would just like to thank everybody for the support they've given me in getting 57 animals in total adopted so far. Thank you.
And also, I'd like to hear a word from Julie Parsons, the director of our animal shelter. Would you like to speak, Julie?
I just want to tell Daniel a big thank you for all the efforts that he's done so far, and it still continues. Because if anybody else has the same idea, we have that account line open. So he's just stepped forward and done a great job, and we greatly appreciate it, and all the animals greatly appreciate it too, because they've had a chance at life that they may not have had. So thank you very much, Daniel.
Do you want a picture, Mama?
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Julie. Already collected donations. You're going to make a great politician someday. We do have a recognition of some city employees, the city employees who completed all requirements of study in the Occupational Safety and Health Supervisor Program. 13 of employees have demonstrated academic excellence with this. And if y'all would start coming forward as I read this, and we've got a little certificate for you. They've completed all requirements of study in the Occupational Safety and Health Supervisor Program. This achievement demonstrates commitment to the City of San Angelo employees. We've got quite a group. Do you want me to just call them? You want to just do them? Okay. Demetrio and Sando. Where's Demetrio? Right at the very back of the line, wasn't he, buddy? Yes, sir. Thank you, babe. There you go. We'll come up this way and we'll get a picture when we get through. Orlando Cabazuela. Orlando, you here? Okay, that's the one. No, Orlando. How about Jimmy Cleveland? Good morning, buddy. Thank you, sir. Michael Dennis. Appreciate you, man. Narisco Garcia. Thank you, buddy. Arthur Gonzalez. Man, we'll get them all from the back of the line. Thank you, man. Thank you. Mark Rich. Thank you, bud. Thanks, sir. Henry Rodriguez. Thank you, Henry. Sammy Sanchez. Sammy? There you go, sir. Nathan Tim. Nathan? Rogelio Torres. Thank you, buddy. Elena Velez Reyes. Let's try this again. Elena Velez Reyes.
Okay.
That better? Thank you, Elena. Danny Williams. Thank you, buddy. And now if we could get a picture of all these guys and girls.
Shoot in as much as you can.
Put Glenna in the front.
The sides can scoot in just a little bit more. All right, perfect. 1, 2, 3. Work.
Thank you very much. Danny, you gonna tell these guys how proud you are of them?
We're always very proud of the work that they do. The training itself for the supervisors, the OSHA training, is something that's critical for the city. And they've done an outstanding job. They're very mindful of the work that they do, so we appreciate everyone and thank y'all for the fine job that y'all do.
Well, it's been a great meeting thus far. If I could hear a motion to adjourn, we'll get out of here and it'll be a great meeting.
So moved.
It is now time for our public comment. This is when we allow members of the public to come forward to address the council in any way you desire. Let me read the legalities of this and then we'll start having you come forward. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. On public hearing items, public input will be received on each item immediately following the council discussion and prior to any action on the item. Each member of the public should make the remarks from the podium and begin by stating their name. Remarks by each citizen will be limited to 3 to 5 minutes unless waived by a council member for all speaking on that matter. No individual will be allowed to speak more than once on any subject until every citizen wishing to comment has done so. And this is the time for public comment. So I would ask you, if you would like to address the council, pro or con, make your way to the front, and we will take public comment at this time. I guess we dodged another bullet, didn't we? I'll now open it up to the council. Are there any council members that have anything they need to say, any statements? Are there any items on the consent agenda that you wish to take to the regular? Start with you, Rodney. No. Marty? No. Johnny?
Mayor, I just wanted to share with Shane Kelton that if he could be in contact with, is it Tracy Kane again? I've gotten more phone calls on the Houston Heart, the loop, how terrible and trashy it's looking, and it just makes the whole city look bad. So I wanted to reiterate that to the public. Thank you.
Don? No, sir. Ms. Elizabeth?
No, sir.
All right. Well, I guess we've got The only thing I have to add, we have pulled item number 14. Item number 14 off of the regular agenda has been pulled. We'll deal with this at a later date. All right, I suppose then that we have the consent agenda up for approval. That will be items number 1 through items number 9. May I have a motion to accept?
Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Do have a motion to accept as presented. I do have a second from Mr. Silvas. Charlotte made the motion. Do I have any further council discussion on the consent agenda? Do I have any public discussion on the consent agenda before we vote? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on it, please, Brian. We are now to public hearing and comment. This is number G, and we will take number 10 first. This is a presentation of the fourth quarter 2014 report from Downtown San Angelo, Inc. Dale Velasquez, the Executive Director of Downtown San Angelo, and President Brenda Gunter. You are on, ma'am. Sir?
Good morning. I just wanted to make sure, on the agenda it shows the fourth quarter. That would be the fourth quarter based on city financial reporting. it would be our second quarter report, which we work off of the April, starting the April timeframe.
Did you get that, Brian?
In reference to what's going on in downtown San Angelo, we have been able to continue to work with developers. We have contracts on 3 buildings, or there are 3 contracts on 3 buildings that have significant historical history in San Angelo. Of course, at this point in time, it's premature to announce any of those projects yet because they're under work, but I know some of you are familiar with what I'm speaking about. And so we continue to work on those projects, and we're really excited about that. And with that, I'll turn it over to This is the wrong presentation. Did they put our presentation out?
It's the chamber.
Yeah, this is the chamber's. I have.
Made that shopping center look good though, didn't I?
I can put this.
Yeah, you can just grab it right there.
We'll start today with talking about the overall sales taxes as it relates to the City of San Angelo as well as to Downtown San Angelo, Inc. and 2 divisions, the Main Street as well as the Central Business District. The City of San Angelo continued to have a very strong performance with a 12.49 increase in their sales tax dollars in the second quarter. That compares to the Central Business District of downtown, which, again, we will remind everybody that the Central Business District starts from Harris Avenue, goes south to Concho River. On the west side is Randolph, and on the east side is Magdalen Street. The sales tax dollars for the second quarter showed a 5.2% decrease, or $5,473. And the Main Street District showed an increase of 9.18%, or $29,752. So we continue to see some negative impact from the overall high hotel occupancy rates as well as the very high dollar per room rates. A lot of historic districts drive much of their volume and business from weekends, and weekends are when tourism happens, and tourism has had a slow period in downtown San Angelo, Inc. because, as people say, when you spend $229 for a room, there are many options in terms of places to go, and particularly when you're not even confident that you can get a room. So we continue to see negativity there. And so we're excited to see some of the new hotels come online, including one in the downtown area. We believe that the Pearl on the Concho, which is the old Holodome, will actually be open and ready, if not by the middle of December, the beginning of January, which will bring increased traffic. And that has been, as you all know, a very negative eyesore in the downtown area. And we give Leon Burke huge credit for taking on a project that I don't know that any of us thought would ever happen. So that will change some of the dynamics downtown, and we're really excited about that. If you then take a look at the mixed beverage tax report, you will see in the City of San Angelo that there was a 23.7% increase. In the Central Business District, there was a 2.3% negative, and in the Main Street District, a 7.7%. We contribute that to several factors. One, changes of ownerships and changes in terms of businesses being open versus closed, as well as a tremendous impact that the Twin Mountain business has had on all over San Angelo and specifically downtown. We've not had a new, if you will, bar open. We've had changes of ownership. But one of the things that certainly generates new interest are new businesses, and we're looking to see some changes in that in your third quarter report. If you combine the retail and mixed beverage tax reports, the city of San Angelo showed a 13.16% increase, with our central business district showing a negative 3.4% decrease, and the Main Street with a negative 21.5%. As Dale said, that we are excited about and hope that soon it will become a little more public knowledge about some of the business buildings that have contracts on them. We're proud of all of the small businesses that have opened up in the downtown area, but as you are aware, we've got a lot of vacant buildings, over 70 vacant buildings in downtown. And if you start taking a look at the square footages those represent, it's a lot of space available for redevelopment. The spaces that we're talking about are large projects and projects that have been vacant and have not necessarily presented the best picture of downtown San Angelo, Inc. So we're looking forward to being able to announce those buildings, the people who are going to be responsible for redeveloping those businesses, and the dynamic difference that it will make on downtown. We continue to work with the Patels from Austin on the Roosevelt Hotel. They came in several weeks ago, secured their insurance, and continue to put together the paperwork that they need for permits, etc., to get that project ongoing. So even though you haven't heard a lot about it, there is still activity going on, and we still have great faith in seeing in 2015 late or early 2016 the Roosevelt Hotel reopening as the Roosevelt Hotel, and something we're still very excited and proud about. If you take a look at the continual changes and reinvestments in downtown, the Concho Lodge has put on a new facade for their building, spending $8,900 to put in Austin stone. The 01 restaurant and bar have spent some money to redo a storage building, which will in fact impact the brewery that they're going to be putting in, and that again will present something brand new to downtown San Angelo, Inc. And we're excited to see the changes that he's making and the publicity that he will get for creating his own brewery. San Angelo ISD, $177,000 for a sprinkler system. At 117 South Chadbourne, $500,000 for remodeling interior. 119 South Chadbourne, again, remodeling interior of $85,000. The First Presbyterian Church of $150,000, remodeling kitchen. City of San Angelo, $600, putting in a load-bearing wall. Templeton Construction, $200,000 to remodel a kitchen up to code. A sale of 18 West College Avenue, $70,000, as well as the 116 South Chadbourne Street. That is the middle building of the Three Sisters, and it has been purchased in combination with two other buildings, being 11 West Beauregard and 13 West Beauregard. That Three Sisters building has been typical of a lot of things going on in downtown, where people see values in those buildings as pretty low, if you will, in terms of purchase price. But it means there's been a big turning of buildings. Several of the buildings, such as this one, have had 3 or 4, maybe 5 owners in the past few years with no investment on the interior, just a continual sell of the project and no investment, just as we have on several of the other buildings where people see it as a good real estate buy but aren't willing to spend the money to develop those projects. So if you take a look at the new business starts, expansions, and relocations, one in 113 East Concho, Gypsy Chick. At 7 East Concho, the Dance Academy at 57 North Chadbourne, and Lucky You Boutique at 227 South Chadbourne. That brings, since 2005, the reinvestment of downtown San Angelo up to $82,957,000. Do we have questions or comments or any additional information that anyone would like?
Council, are there questions?
I've got a quick one.
Yes.
Brendan, the first two, the Elks Lodge and then 01, did they take advantage of our facade grant that we're offering, that we offer, or do we offer it anymore?
We do offer it, and both the Development Corporation has a way for you to apply for that, as well as the tax increment reinvestment zone. Board can also approve those grants. To my knowledge, they did not request those funds.
Well, one would be the Elks Lodge. I'm not sure would qualify because it's not you can't be a nonprofit. And so the Elks Lodge, I'm not sure would even qualify because those are some of the stipulations that exist with a facade. And the 01 building is actually trying to make room for whatever those tanks are, the things that you need to do to make beer. So it's converting space. So again, that wouldn't qualify for a facade program.
Okay.
Grant.
Further questions, council?
I have a comment.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very excited about the 3 projects that you can't really speak of. I know just a little bit, and I think we're getting ready to really round the corner in our revitalization project. And I think anyone who thinks we haven't been successful doesn't understand the length of time that it takes to really make something happen in a community. But congratulations, y'all have worked very hard.
Thank you.
Charlotte?
I have a question. I was looking at the profit and loss statement, and for some reason I thought downtown San Angelo was moving to the BRAC building whenever the BRAC was set up and finished, and by looking at the office expense for rent, I take it that's not happened, or is it going to happen? Or
Correct. We initially had purchased furniture and spent over $2,000 to put furniture in that space. Combinations of things. Number one, most of the activity that we see and we work with happens out of our office down in the heart of historic downtown. We don't have staff to have people in both locations. We're very convenient and very easy to get up there if we need to be. We also have a large square footage of space, which if you take a look at that space, which was less than 300 square feet, it's pretty tough to have a big meeting in there. And it really is a space that for a one-on-one meeting would probably be good. But we have a lot of activity. We have a storefront. People walk by. I mean, the number of people who walk by that building and say, oh, I need to go in and see somebody. Visibility is one of the key component parts of our success, in that people see we're there. We're right there. We're walking around. We're visiting. People are coming in and seeing us on an ongoing basis. I'm sure Dale can tell you the number of people who, because of our visibility, utilize.
okay, and the repairs and maintenance, it seemed excessive for the month that is on there, $1,600. Is that
Computers?
in September, and it's heating or cooling, I'm assuming, at that price?
No, ma'am. Heating and cooling is not paid for. I mean, it is downtown San Angelo Inc. does not pay for heating and cooling. The repair and maintenance, I'm not sure how the other entries, but that would have been for computer. We had a huge computer problem, and that was for repair and maintenance of computer and equipment.
Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions? Well, Brenda, I'm proud of what y'all done.
Thank you very much.
You've done very well, and I think I'm proud of what you've done. I love to see our downtown come back, and I want to see it back like it was, like I remembered back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. So
we're going to make it better than that.
keep working.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next item on our agenda, we will have the presentation of the fourth quarter 2014 report from the Chamber of Commerce, Economic Development Council, and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. CVB Vice President Pamela Miller, I do not see, but I do see Vice President Michael Looney.
Hi.
Hi.
Would you like me to?
You're on, buddy.
You good?
I see Pamela.
All right,
There's
just
Pamela.
back there. Well, just kind of a quick overview. In the pipeline, as Del said, Del and I are working, and Brenda are working really closely in conjunction with Roland and Bob Schneeman on 3 buildings that are iconic. They're large footprints, large square footages. There are in various stages of contract, and they're proceeding very robustly. And so I think that Elizabeth's comment is exactly right. And so is yours, Dwayne, that downtown is going to dramatically change. And those are just 3 of the larger examples of some of the projects that we're working on. We have been working with 5 different BRE program eligible candidates. Some of these are not half-cent sales tax eligible. In fact, a lot of them aren't, except just one. We're working with a local physical therapy provider. Regional Ready Mix Concrete Company is extremely interested in tripling its size, so we're working with them. We've got an organics retail and fitness studio, and a regional gymnastics center that has 1 existing location. To kind of touch upon what Del and Brenda had talked about, you can see on the screen, one is an adaptive reuse program where a hotel building is going to be converted into high-density residential lofts. It's very similar to the stuff that I did in Austin. It's expensive, but it creates a real sense of place in a building that you just could not replicate. You could not afford to build out those types of facades with the cut limestone and the intricate artwork. One also is a multi-tenant office building that's been proposed for full restoration and placed back into service. And then probably the biggest project that we're working on out of the chamber office is a railport project that's looking at 2 tracks along the rail line. And we did get some help from Elizabeth on that, who turned us on to some available tracks. So I'd like to give a bit of recognition to her for her assistance. And that is proceeding very well. And I'll be able to talk more in detail as of course, these mature. Again, this is just a overview office building. Kind of tried to get an understanding of sort of number one, to let you know where we are in the stage of progression, and also just kind of give an idea of what kind of permanent jobs post-construction we're looking at. The office project is slated at 20. But potentially could go much higher than that. And it also, one positive on that is obviously it's a rehabilitation of an existing structure. And the developer that we're working with has done studies that have proved up demand for downtown multi-tenant office space. Looking at adaptive reuse of the hotel to residential, that's under negotiation. Rehabilitation of an existing structure, and that gentleman we're working with, his study has proved up demand for high-density urban infill residential, which is really, really exciting to see. It's always good when the study proves up your dream. The rail port, looking at for approximately 500 acres, permanent jobs after construction. The corporation informs us that it would be approximately 32 at full capacity. They like the fact that the line also connects up to the BNSF and, of course, the Texas Pacifico. And they made sure that I expressed that they do not want to be a short hauler. They are simply just a switching station with a lot of tenants on the ground. And they would not at all want to move in on any of Pacifico's territory or anything that they do. So they wanted me to make absolutely sure that that was made clear. And then another high-end hotel that we're working with, their permitting is underway. This is a high-end nationally flagged limited service hotel. We've been working with this company for about 4 months now, and they're predicting a total group of about 21 jobs after they come online permanently, and that's post-construction. So anyway, kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of what we're working on. If you have any questions, happy to talk now or after the meeting.
Do we have questions, Council?
Very good. Thank you
Ms.
very
Moody.
much. My pleasure to do it.
Pamela Miller. Come on, Pamela. I'm sorry, I just didn't see you back there.
Good morning, everybody. Is mine following? And my PowerPoint following?
You know, one thing I did forget after Brenda and Dale's presentation, I failed to ask for public comment. And if there is any public comment, I can bring Dale and Brenda back up here at this time. So is there any public comment on that? I kind of shut them off before we got through. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This morning, I would like to give you the third quarter report for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. We are on a calendar year, so this is for our period from July through September. And in that period, as you can see on the slide, we assisted with 17 conventions, meetings, sporting events, or motor coach tours. Our projected attendance was 13,162. Projected room nights, 1,323. Days spent, 3 days. Economic impact, 3,480,696. As everybody comes to the visitor center, they are encouraged to sign a guest book, and they give us their zip code. We take those guest books and we count all of our visitors. At the end of the third quarter, we had 2,384 visitors through September that were from outside of San Angelo. Our top cities were Houston, number 1, San Antonio, number 2, and Odessa, number 3. On the slide, you can see our top 12, and those are in descending order. Our top states, number 1 was California, number 2 was New Mexico, number 3 was Florida. Our top international, Canada, followed by Germany, followed by England. Our advertising this quarter included the Texas Events Calendar, Texas Highways, Texas Monthly, Travel Host, Tour Texas, TMCN Annual Guide, Texas Country Reporter, Facebook, Convention South, Sports Destination Management, Google Search, Facebook, Sudden Link Media, pre-roll video. That's when you're going online and you get to watch a video. Great, thank you. Pre-roll video, and then billboards we ran for a month for Showdown in San Angelo. We did a fall newspaper insert that hit all of the major newspapers across Texas in September, along with Oklahoma City. We assisted with PR and media stories for Texas Highways. We had a story on air motor and one on in-plane air festival. In Travel Host, we had actually 2 stories in in-plane air, an online blog on the International Lily Garden, and she in fact was at the Lily Fest this year. And Texas Country Reporter, we had our first story for Cowboy Up earlier, I believe that ran in July. And then just last weekend, Fiddle Fire and Dorothy Douthit ran. We did complete servicing for sampling here of groups. And what I mean by complete sampling is sometimes a group calls and all they really need is help with a hotel and maybe a welcome packet. But complete servicing means they came to us and said, help us do an itinerary. We need to find menus. We need to find rooms. We need registration. We need sometimes incentives. And all the way through name tags and registration at the end. So we did that for the Academy for the Teachers of Young Children. And this was their second year this year. And also for the Showdown in San Angelo boat race. That went very well this year, despite the colder temperatures that we had in September. Approximately 9,000 people. And we surely could not have done that event if it were not for our volunteers and our sponsors. Also, Lily Fest. We have a very active committee. This year, we were part of Riverfest, and we went all day for the first time. We kicked it off at 9:30 and went until 5. We were highlighting our new pool, also our new pavilion, and we even named a lily after our mayor at this year's event. So it was very good, and we actually had
a very pretty lily, too.
It really was. And we had a very nice visit by another travel writer other than the blog during Lily Fest.
Is that the gray-haired lily?
Yeah, the gray-haired lily with the beard.
What I neglected to put on that list, but I surely should have, was the West Texas Summit, because that was extremely successful. Site tours and media visits in July. We did the Texas Police Games. I'm sure you've seen all the media on how we were successful in bringing that here for 2016. And as many of you have heard me say, if it wasn't for the group effort with our police department, with all of our venues throughout town, we would not have got that. We had very strong competition, in particular from Frisco. In the end, San Antonio came into the mix. And I want to share with you that generally when a decision is made where that conference is going, they pick up the phone and call you and say you got the conference. This group opted to come here and have a little social event for us to make a formal announcement they were coming, because everybody they met all along the way was so friendly and so hospitable, and they're truly excited about coming here. Also, American Meat Science, and I want to just talk about that one for a minute, because this one is a perfect example of why we do site tours. This group, we had several polite arguments over the phone that they were really decided they were not coming here. We worked very tightly with ASU in the Meat Science Department, and they kept coming back saying, San Angelo is just too small. You don't have enough hotel rooms, you're too small, we're not coming. So we said, please get the board in the car, come to San Angelo. They came, they were here for 3 days. Before they left, we had the decision that they were coming to San Angelo. Also, we had a visit by Texas Highways, again, for a possible follow-up story on the expansion of our lilies. Trade shows and events that we exhibited at included the Texas State Fair. We participate with that as part of the Texas Sports Trail. Also, the Lucas Oil drag boat races that were in Marble Falls, and the Texas Municipal League. In September, we completed our 2014 and 2015 visitors guides and our new hotel maps. And we also had our tourism awards presentation, and we gave awards to the Academy for the Teachers of Young Children, the West Texas Little League Tournament, and the Texas Athletic Directors. We do closely monitor all of our advertising to see what's working for us and what isn't. And I did bring you a few samples today. There's several more in your packets. We evaluate if something's doing good. If it's not, we get rid of it. As of the end of September, we had over 22,000 requests for further information from our advertising. So here are a few samples. This is our sports destination management ad on the top. And on the bottom is our Texas Sports Guide. Also, those are our billboards that we ran for the boat race. They ran in Brady, Lubbock, Abilene, Midland, Odessa, and Llano County. The next one is the Texas Midwest Community Network Guide, followed by our Texas State Guide. And of course, our Texas event calendar. I wanted to point out that at the end of September, our occupancy is at 9.2%, down 9.2%. Our average daily rate is up just under 11% at 10.8. That's year to date. Our August and September monthlies, for the first time in over 2 years, are down on average daily rate. So again, the prices are coming down. We're starting to see a lot better hotel bids for our groups. We have a new hotel that's opening this month. That'll be the Candlewood Suites with another 83 rooms. And I did just hear last week about a new Hyatt place that will be coming. That wasn't on our list before. Breaking ground in March or April over by the new Courtyard by Marriott. That'll be another 104 rooms. I'd like to point out that with our growth in hotel rooms throughout the city, I think that in the future we may want to look at expansion of the convention center. We're certainly going to have the hotel rooms to support that. And I'd also like to add that I still would like to bring in that wayfinding consultant to go over the plan they have for San Angelo. Are there any questions that I can answer?
Council, do we have questions? Johnny?
I've got a few.
Okay.
Pam, And maybe I missed it, but when folks come and you mentioned Germany, Canada, or even California, did you say there's a place that they tell you how they heard about San Angelo?
There's actually two different things that we do. The statistics I gave you today are from the welcome book. And that's where they sign in. They tell us whether they're business or leisure and where they're from, and they put a zip code. We also have a survey. We encourage people to do the survey by having a gift that you may be eligible for when we have a drawing. And when they fill out the survey, they tell us where they saw advertising, what made them come, how long they stayed here, how many room nights, if it was with a friend, if it was at a hotel room, a lot more information. They're a lot more apt to tell us just a guest book entry than to tell us a full survey, so obviously we get a lot more of the guest book entries.
If you think about it, I'd like to get a copy of that survey, if you can. And also, you mentioned the showdown in San Angelo. Do we know the economic impact as of yet of what it brought, or what it did?
I'm still working on final numbers with that. We have a lot of numbers out there, but about 9,000 people is what we're going with. And I'm sorry I did not bring that today, but I do have an updated copy of that.
Dollar amount, we don't know that yet.
We're pretty close. I'll get it to you, though.
Okay,
I
and then-
have it in the office.
And then you also mentioned trade shows. What do you mean exhibited? What happens when we exhibit at a trade show?
We have a booth that we set up at. Like Texas Municipal League, we monitor the booth the whole time. We talk to people to try to get them to bring one of their shows to San Angelo. There's a lot of planners involved in Texas Municipal League. At the State Fair, there's a booth in the Agriculture Building where we sit with other Forts Trail cities and give out our brochures. It really depends on the different trade show. If it's something like a sports show, we usually have appointments with sports planners. If it's a reunion network show, we have reunion appointments with those planners on bringing a reunion to our area.
Okay. And my last question, Mayor, I was curious, did you guys bring in Cavenders, or how did they get here? How did they land in San Angelo? Who was?
We did not bring them in. They're very well situated right there in the hotel row, but I didn't have anything to do with that.
It's market. It's our market.
Charlotte?
Yes, I was looking at the balance sheet that you provided, and under current assets, there was just a couple of things that I was curious about. The community events checking, nearly $5,000 less than last year, but the sports fund checking, considerably more this year than last year. What are the events that change those items or those balances?
The sports fund is an application process, so it totally depends on what we've awarded throughout the year and what has come back. Sometimes we encourage the sports groups when they have an event to give a donation back if they make money or break even. Some do, some don't. So it's really just timing on both the applications and awards back to the funds.
So there were not any kind of added sports events or anything in there to San Angelo?
Not really. Our numbers have been pretty much what they were, pretty consistent. Not any big jump or anything less.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have further questions or comments from council?
One question, on something like Texas Municipal League, is your desire to have San Angelo host their annual conference, or?
I think the annual is going to be way too big for us, and it normally goes to, like this year it was in Houston or in Austin, but they have a lot of mini meetings that are throughout the state, and a lot of them are in small communities. And in fact, we were just working on a mass mailing to those folks saying, we've been at your show, we've supported with advertising your tourism piece. What's it going to take to get some of those pieces of business to our area? I think also those of you that are involved in Texas Municipal League, if you're also out there saying, gosh, we'd like something to come to our area, that way they're getting a push from more than just us. But that's our aim, to get those smaller and regional groups.
Thank you.
Further counsel? Well, I'd like to say I watched the Texas Country Reporter Saturday with Dorothy Douthit and Fiddle Fire. That was an excellent article. That was really fun.
she did a good job. And in her case, they had done a story for her quite a few years back at the Christmas at Fort Concho. So their storyline was really, look where she has gone from there.
She's a real show person. And also on the Lily, I would just like to add, my Lily was second string. The primary Lily was given to Elmer Kelton. So I thought that was wonderful. It was good. Shane was there to accept it, so that was really well. It is 10 o'clock. Do y'all want to take a 15-minute break?
Yes, please.
And when we come back, I'm going to ask if we can move. Joe Munoz and some college students are out here, and I know they're all interested and want to get back to class. So I'm going to ask the council when we come back if maybe we could move them forward in the agenda. Everything else seems to be primarily city issues. So let's take a break.
Are you going to ask for public comment on this?
I will ask for public comment on this, on Pam and Looney's. Would anyone like to comment on the presentations that we just had? If not, it's 9:58. I'm going to call about a 15-minute break. Council, is there any problem with pulling number 18 to the next, so we can take it next?
Object.
I got one objection.
On the
Everybody
count,
else?
I haven't been controversial today, so that's
Probably
fine.
Don and I and Charlotte object. So
Okay.
That's not enough. So.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it then. Let's take number 18 so that these college students can get back. Consideration of a request from Angelo State University Student Body Government Association to deviate from street signage standards on streets contiguous to the ASU campus. Presentation, Director of Operations Shane Kelton, ASU Student Senator Megan Rogers. Mr. Kelton, you're on, sir.
All right, thanks, Council. With the METCD, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, we try to maintain signage standards across town, and so we just want to bring this to you. It's a deviation from our normal standards, and we have I brought props. The top one is our normal standard. We've gone to a green background, white letters. They're asking for this one. So with that, I will bring
Shane, first of
yes?
all, this is not out of the norm for cities that have universities in them. Is that correct?
Yeah. That's correct. And I think Megan, who's going to come up here and talk to y'all, is going to bring that. And I don't want to steal her thunder, so we're going to let her talk to y'all.
Messed up then.
Yeah. And so we'll let her talk to you, and if y'all have any questions, then we'll come back from there. But with that, I'll introduce Megan and let y'all let her give her presentation, then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Shane. Welcome, Megan.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council. It is my pleasure to be speaking to you today. We appreciate the council for allocating time to speak with us during their busy day. My name is Megan Rogers, and I am a representative for Angelo State Student Government Association. Today I will be discussing an initiative that has been in the making over the course of the semester. First off, I would like to give a big thank you to Zachary Miranda and the members of his committee for all the hard work that they have put into this proposal. I would also like to thank Jared Goker for being a leader and an inspiration in this project. Our goal with this is to enhance Angelo State University by inspiring school spirit and to further stimulate interest in the campus and community through the modification of street signs within the campus's vicinity. This proposal will not only boost the morale of the students at Angelo State University, but it will also make them feel a part of a community. By showcasing ASU's school colors and logo, the community at hand will have more awareness of the campus, and the students will become more aware of the community. It will showcase the students the fantastic working relationship we have with the city and the council. This has never really been implemented before within the Texas Tech system, and by doing so would give Angelo State and San Angelo a really unique lead in such an innovative initiative. I know that Texas Tech currently does have colored street signs on their actual campus, but they do not have street signs colored adjacent to their campus, so this would be something brand new within the Texas Tech system. The costs for this initiative include the expenses of altering the street signs to the designated color scheme and labor for installing the street signs. Funds were obtained from a private donation and will not require any funding by the City of San Angelo. Should any excess expenses arise, these expenses will be covered by Angelo State's Student Government Association or a different academic department. The 4 streets that would define the border of the proposed plan include Jade Street running south to South Jackson Street and West Avenue N running east to University Street. The number of street signs in this plan would total 44. All street signs included in the perimeter would be modified to the new color scheme proposed by Dr. May. The color scheme includes a blue background with white lettering, white trim, and the new ASU logo embellished on the left-hand side. This proposed plan could hopefully be put into motion shortly after approval if passed by the City Council. We hope the initiative would be completed within a few months of the starting date. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and any comments and questions are warmly welcome.
Thank you very much, Megan. That was tremendous. You did excellent.
Thank you.
Do I have any council discussion on this, Charlotte?
One question. I see here that ASU is responsible for the initial cost,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
appreciate that, especially since there's 44 signs.
Yes, ma'am.
However, I need to ask Shane if you have some data or can tell me how often college names, street signs are borrowed from students that we have to replace. And I do believe the A&M and LSU and all the street signs that are college names, I do believe they get borrowed more often than not and never returned. So at a cost of replacement, how likely is it that the city would see some expense, and how often in replace? Because after the initial, the city's responsible for it, correct? So you're on, Shane.
Yes, ma'am. We've actually reworked our signage and how we actually mount the signs now, and we've actually seen quite a reduction in our borrowing of our signs, which has been good. So, and how we'd actually propose to mount these, we would hope that again the same. We would reduce our borrowing frequency on these signs as well. Our normal standard replacement for the retro reflectivity that we're governed by the federal government, we would normally see replacement schedules in the 5 to 10 year range, depending on the reflectivity of the sign. West-facing signs have to be replaced closer to that 5-year mark. The ones facing east that don't see as much sun exposure can last longer to the 10. So there are replacement costs as we move forward. These signs do cost a little bit extra, and we would probably ask that either the Student Government Association or ASU help with those costs, replacement costs, as we move forward in the future. Just the difference between what our standard signage is and what this new scheme would look like.
That would be appreciative from my part, from stand-up operation. And Dr. Munoz, this young lady deserves an A for her presentation today and the professionalism in which she presented her case. Thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Don, do you have a comment, sir?
I was just going to say that I commend all of y'all for coming up with this idea. To me, this is something that should be standard operating procedure and should have been done back when I was there. So, of course, that was only 3 or 4 years ago. So, I appreciate all of your hard work and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Shane, is it the agenda memo says it's on contiguous streets? So are you saying boundary streets or
boundary streets and within the campus as well?
Okay, so what if the boundary street continues beyond the campus?
It stops at the campus, anywhere that the campus actually touches. So you're gonna University in Jackson. It would not hit Jackson and Avenue N since campus property doesn't touch that intersection, but Vandeventer and Jackson it would. Avenue N and Johnson, that actual signalized intersection would be Dina, would be as well. Just the areas that actually touch the campus with the streets are the ones that are proposed to be changed.
Did you consult with the planning director before you put together your agenda item? Just curious.
No, I didn't. This was, again, their request that they brought forward to us, and we brought forward to y'all as well. So
I can see a collaboration, though, between the departments, because this is really a great idea. And as Don said, we should encourage sort of distinct neighborhoods in the community to kind of exploit their uniqueness. So I think this is a great idea, and I appreciate it. I just think that there's some opportunity in the future, whether it's with wayfinding or what else, to kind of use the planning department for assistance on this.
And as we move forward, and I think Pamela touched on it earlier, as we move forward with our wayfinding, I know we did that study 2 or 3 years ago, but from a bigger picture wise, I think the wayfinding and the study and what we've done moving forward is a great idea to move forward with that, but I don't want to push that cart unless it's,
I understand.
they're pushing it from their end, so.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Johnny?
Along with the job Megan just did, you did an awesome job. I also like to recognize, of course, Zach Miranda out there.
Yes.
I know he put a bug in my ear a number of months ago on the idea, and they ran with it, so here we are today. But also, remind me, which street was going to be named Phil George? Where, or did we change one, or what? What?
Varsity.
Varsity. I couldn't remember that. Okay. All right.
Do I have further comment from council? Do I have a motion to approve by Charlotte? I'm going to give you the second, Elizabeth, since this is your area.
Thank you, Mayor.
And introduce the two guys with you out there, Megan. Have them stand up.
The two gentlemen are Zachary Miranda and Jared Goker, president of San Angelo State University's student government. Excuse me.
We
Thank you.
we very much appreciate your presentation. It's too bad the English language hadn't matured to the point to have an alphabet when we were there, Don.
A stone tablet.
Yeah. Do I have a motion to approve? I think this is a wonderful idea. Do I have public comment on this? I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that, buddy. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's move back now to number 12 on our agenda, which is discussion and consideration of petition seeking annexation to the San Angelo city limits of certain properties situated immediately northeast of San Angelo, generally located on the northeast corner of Old Ballinger Highway and Covington Road, and specifically described as 501.327 acres of land out of the J. Poland Survey 3, abstract number 5130, J. Pointevent Survey 1113, abstract 4873, and J. A. Eagleston Survey 2, abstract number 4984, and described in Exhibit A attached to correction special warranty deed from Doris Swartz Block to Michael J. Block, trustee of Wilbert B. Block Family Trust, filed for record on 10/5/207 as instrument number 640460, and official public records for real property OPRRP in Tom Green County, Texas. Rebecca Guerra, you are on, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Rebecca Guerra, Planning Manager. The next item before you is a petition to annex within the city limits. It is, the subject parcel is 175 acres. It is part of an overall 500-acre piece. It is located within the ETJ and on the northeast corner of Old Ballinger Highway and Covington Road. Since it's in the ETJ, it's in precinct number 3, Rick Bacon of Tom Green County. So the future land use of this site is industrial, as are the rest of the sites immediately to the west and to the north. Again, this is in the ETJ, so it has no zoning, but the property currently is surrounded by ranch and estate, which is immediately adjacent to zonings of heavy manufacturing. Exhibit A is referenced within the caption. It's also referenced within the staff report that we handed out to you. This was the survey that was submitted by the applicant, which delineates the boundaries of the 175 acres in question. So here are the proposed hearing dates that are consistent with state statutes for voluntary annexations. So today's hearing, which is November the 18th, is the petition to annex. Should the council wish to accept this petition, we will move forward with the following hearing dates. On December 2nd and December 16th will be the first 2 public comment hearings. So let's stop here. The state requires 1 petition to annex before a municipality. Then it requires 2 public comment hearings. It requires 2 ordinance hearings. And at that point, the annexation can move forward. So December 2nd and December 16th will be the 2 public comment hearings. They will be advertised in the newspaper. There will also be mailings associated with these. January the 6th and January the 20th will be the first and the second readings of the ordinance associated with the annexations. Those will have separate notifications for newspapers as well as separate notifications by mail. Once those series of 5 public hearings are done, then we will have the Planning Commission hear the rezoning, Anything that comes into the city is automatically given a ranch and estate zoning district designation. The applicant would like to rezone the property to be consistent with their future land use of industrial. So the Planning Commission will hear that request on January the 26th. It will go before City Council for first and second readings on February 17th and March 13th respectively. So the action requested today is to approve the petition for the properties before you, for the property listed before you and in your staff reports. This concludes staff's presentation. We're available for any questions you may have.
Council, do we have questions on this?
I do.
Don?
Okay, it's in the ETJ. Do we have any city limits, any other properties that are adjoining that, or is it going to be disjointed from the city limits?
So as I mentioned previously, it's part of an overall 500 acres. That 500 acres is contiguous to the city limits. This one will be contiguous in terms of its proximity to Ballinger. So according to state statute, if it's adjacent to a right-of-way and that right-of-way touches within the city boundaries, it is eligible for annexation. It's right in front of you as well.
Right.
It's contiguous
So
from
you see
the
the light green?
southern boundary.
So the light yellow would be the ETJ,
Okay.
the light yellow,
What
and this is the city.
would the city be furnishing if we go ahead and adopt this as far as utilities, water,
All the above, sir.
all those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have any estimate of what the cost on that might be?
We do not. A service plan is being formulated today to be distributed to the applicable departments, including fire, water, all those departments. That will be sent out, and they will give us their responses. You will have that for the next public hearing on December the 2nd.
And to go along with that, I believe the same development standards are in place. So, while we have water lines and sewer, we have to provide the capacity. So they still have to develop it as they would any other, where you're paying for the extension into that subdivision or whatever is going to be developed.
Okay.
And I believe there are water and sewer lines out in that area already.
Yes, sir, they
right?
are. They are available, and we will provide it to them. As you indicated, they have to pay for the extension to connect, so we just have to make it available to them.
That would be good to see on your next presentation, assuming we accept this petition, to see where the existing water and sewer lines are. If you
that
don't
way
mind
it'll
doing
show you
that.
whether or not there are any extensions necessary.
And also, I've asked before that thoroughfare plans be shown when we look at certain activities, including, I think, annexation.
We were going to make that available as part of the larger staff report. Quite frankly, we want to do a greater study of the roads that would be affected and if any changes need to be made or improvements need to be made.
Okay, because in this area, I think 50th Street is going to be kind of an issue of interest as this area grows.
Ma'am, we'll make sure that engineering services comments on that.
Thank you.
Further comment? Rodney?
I move that we accept the petition for annexation as presented.
Second.
I can see good and bad in this. And the problem I'm worried about is the water. And if we get into a heavy manufacturing and have a heavy water pull out there, I don't know that that's what we want. But jury's kind of still out. We're just authorizing
The petition.
Authorizing to accept the petition. We haven't accepted anything yet.
No, sir, you have 4 public hearings to do that.
Any other further comment from council? We do have a motion. Charlotte?
It says, and the Olson subdivision, O-L-S-E-N.
Yes, ma'am.
On some other documents, I saw it was O-L-S-O-N. You could just
I will check
check
the spelling.
Just check it.
Do have a motion to approve as presented. I do have a second. Do I have comment from the public on this? We'll call for the vote then. All in favor of accepting as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that, Brian. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, sir.
Number 13, the consideration of selecting Lee Lewis Construction to provide construction manager at risk services for the City Auditorium CE0214 project and authorizing the city manager or his designee to negotiate said contract. David Knapp, you are on, sir.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you.
David Knapp, construction manager with the city. I don't have a presentation, but you should have received information in your packet. Here to ask, obviously, to get approval to negotiate. Real quick, kind of go through our process. Back in September, we released the request for proposal, and October 15th, we got those in. This is for construction manager that will work with the architect on board to develop the plans and pricing and keep the auditorium project on time and under budget, hopefully. We got 7 excellent proposals, very qualified people. We met as a group, as a committee. The committee comprised of Rick and myself from the city. From the council, we had Johnny Silvis, Elizabeth Grindstaff, and the mayor participated. Then from SAPAC, we wanted their input since they're obviously a partner on this project. We had Susan Brooks and Delilah Harper. And the consultant architect, Killis Allman, since he'll be working with them, we wanted him in the process as well. So we had a strong committee here, and we met on the 23rd, kind of reviewed the packages that I had sent out. Everyone tallied their scores, and at the end of that, we decided we had really 3 outstanding proposals. We decided we wanted to interview those, so we scheduled that for November 12th, which was just last week, and we did a lengthy interview process with the 3 proposers. And at the end of that, we made a selection, kind of our best qualified proposer, and that was Lee Lewis Construction. So what we're asking for today is really the approval to negotiate a contract. Hopefully we can get them. They were a little high on their fees and general conditions, so we need to work with them to get that where we want it. And if we can't reach an agreement, we'll come back to you, ask for to negotiate with the next proposer.
And I will point out that once we negotiate, we will have to bring that agreement back to you for final approval. So you're just authorizing us to negotiate at this point.
And I will say that I sat through the 3 proposals, and Lee Lewis, the project manager, lives in San Angelo, and one of the main men,
the superintendent
lives in San Angelo.
Correct.
And I tried to make a point that we wanted them to hire as many contractors in this area as possible, and not get them from all over the state, but use people in our part of the state that need the work. And they said that they would be willing to do that. And they were a little bit high, and I expect you, David, to do some real serious negotiating to get them down where they belong, because they need to come down some.
I think we can make that happen.
I think you can too.
So.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Do have a motion to approve, do have a second. Do I have further discussion? Don?
Explain that, risk services.
Basically, the construction manager at risk, he's involved through the planning, and they're the contractor. They will ultimately be the contractor on the project. So as they develop the plans with the architect, they're giving pricing, and we can see that we're within our budget as we finalize information. They will provide a guaranteed maximum price. They will come to us and say, okay, it's going to take X number of months to complete the project. Here's our fee, or here's the price, cost of construction, and then they'll be held to that, to get the project in under that price, at that price.
When you negotiate, can you also include addendums to that, or with the at-risk, is it strictly on the original contract?
We don't have a contract with them yet, so we can negotiate.
When you're negotiating.
Yeah, we can.
When you do. We can still do change orders or those kind of things along the way, but that base project that's bid out, they hold the risk on that. They give us a dollar amount, and they have to perform it for that dollar amount. They can't come back and say, oh, well, contractor X said it's going to cost more now, so you have to pay that. They bear that risk. But if we do additional things, we can contract with them for additional services. It would just be priced out individually as we went along.
And included in the at-risk portion of it?
Yes.
Yes.
In this agreement, yes.
each guaranteed maximum price is an amendment to the contract. And the way this project, I think, will work, we've already done a fair amount of work on the drawings. We're hoping that we can start, say, with the basement annex now, because those drawings are essentially done. So they can give us a guaranteed price on that while the architect completes the drawings on the auditorium portion. So they'll come back and do a second amendment with a guaranteed max on that work. So, you know, you could potentially have multiple amendments as we phase this thing. It's set up to where I think we can expedite getting this thing done. I know everyone's ready to get it open.
And I understand that, but on some of the projects, when I was a school board trustee, the addendums and amendments would absolutely eat you up because they weren't in the portion of the at-risk services. And so you get a real good upfront contract at risk, and then all the changes, change orders, and those sort of things come in and bite you.
All right. You know, it's an existing building, and what we've discovered on City Hall, you know, a lot of hidden and unforeseen conditions, and we've been working. The architect knows that. He did the City Hall, so he's familiar with, and so we're kind of trying to plan ahead on some of those, and we'll do our best.
Good deal. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Further council comment, John?
Mayor, and I'm with Don, because we certainly don't want, David, I guess the bottom line is we don't want to see a $500,000 change order bite come our way, you know, so.
Correct.
I'd be very in good talks with them.
That's part of the negotiation.
Oh, yeah.
Further comment? Public comment on this issue before we call for a vote. Do I have a motion to approve? This would be the negotiation phase only.
Correct.
We're not accepting anything. We're not approving any money. But it is negotiation with Lee Lewis Construction. And I think this company is out of Lubbock. Am I
They're
correct,
based in
David?
Lubbock, yes.
Based in Lubbock. They are a huge company.
Yes.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay?
They do great work, too.
They do great work. Put a 7-0 on that, Brian. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
And we have pulled number 14. That will be on a future agenda. Number 15 is consideration of hiring a consultant to lower the city's ISO PPC rating and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. Fire Chief Brian Dunn, you're on, sir.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Looking to hire a consultant to try to reduce our ISO PPC rating down from a 3 to a 2. We did this process back in 2007 and 2008, where we lowered it from a 4 to a 3. The effect that this should have for the citizens, from the 4 to a 3, the commercial side went down more. It was about a 7-8% decrease from a 4 to a 3. Residential was about a 2 to 3% decrease. It's reverse when you go from a 3 to a 2, so the residential should go down 7 to 8. Commercial should go down 2 to 3%. If we make it down to the 2. I've looking at what we've done, you guys have made some of the adjustments back then or after that. You know, we put a 100-foot aerial in place. We should be able to make a 2 with relatively little or no cost, other than the consultant will come in. It's 3 phases on his part. He'll come in initially, line us out on what we need to do. We will work on that for a little bit. He will come back, make sure we've got it done, and he will be here for the grading when the ISO comes in to grade and take us through that grading process. His cost is $27,600. He'll be in here 3 times for that. When I did calculations back in 2008, going from a 3 to a 2, the conservative estimates I used, 50% of the people carrying insurance, was about a $2.5 million premium saving per year for the citizens. That was prior to all this construction going on, and like I said, I only used a 50% estimate on people actually carrying homeowners insurance, which I assume should be higher with mortgages, but that's what I'm asking for.
Tell me why we need a consultant to do this.
It is very complex. I've spent hundreds of hours, Mayor, and I know some of it, but you're talking about minuscule amounts of points. Right now, we increased the last time we went from a 63 to a 78.97. We were sitting under a 2. We really need to get to about an 82 or 3 because they try to nitpick you back. 80 is the break point to make a 2. we should be able to make that if we get all our stuff lined out without, like I said, having to buy any more stuff or having any large expenses for the city. It's just a complex process, and I am by no means an expert in it.
I'll add to that the consultant we're proposing to use is a gentleman who helped sort of implement the program initially, Brian.
He actually
understands how to work.
Yeah, he actually wrote the deal for ISO. So,
well, and I'm against consultants as much as anybody, as you well know. And on this, you're not only talking about fire department, you're talking about building inspection and permit, you're talking about fire marshals, all those things.
Water.
Come into play, hydrants, water supplies, those sort of things. So it's a big deal.
he is a PE, and they have to do he'll do actual water modeling charts so that he can prove that you can get the water flow to where it's needed.
Charlotte?
One statement and one question. Brian, I recall when we did this in 2007 and again in 2009, I believe we were at a 5 and now we're at a 3, and it has paid tremendously to the citizens by lowering that ISO rating. You get a less premium, and I want to emphasize that because that was also back when we started charging a fee for the fire inspection fees to go out there, and as I explained to my constituents, that small fee that you pay to the city for the fire inspection paid off tremendously to you. We were able to hire more inspectors because of the money savings that they get in their premiums, and it assisted the city. You did most of the work then. I'm against paying a consultant, but I do understand why this needs to be done, and I'm in favor of it. My only question is looking at the contract, I was trying to find a clawback where possibly if we didn't get the lower rating, that the gentleman's fee was less.
I don't think that's in there.
I didn't find it.
It would be nice.
I would like it, but I didn't find it. But
I visited with the individual at the last fire chiefs conference, and he's familiar with what we have, and he says he's relatively sure that, with some of the stuff that we put in place since our last grading, that we should be able to make it too.
And a lot of that stuff is like the ladder truck. All those kind of things went into place, which gets us now where we need to be.
And for businesses and residents out there, and I'll speak highly to encourage you to do so as a citizen, if this reduction is achieved, contact your insurance agent. It should make a difference in your annual premium.
Generally, I believe as soon as when your insurance comes up for renewal, it automatically goes into place for you because it will be from
And if
time
it
to time.
doesn't, contact them.
Further comment, Elizabeth?
Maybe I'm feeling a little contrary today, Brian, and I apologize, but I think the last time that the city went through the ISO process, we talked about some very specific also development initiatives. And it seems to me in the last few years that we have done some things that are contrary to improving our ISO ratings. And I say that because you're the person who taught me about ISO. And one of those has to do with egress out of residential areas, ingress and egress regarding emergency access. Is that true?
That is true. That can have an impact on it. They'll look at all that when they come in and do a grading.
I think that it's important that the community and the council understand that sometimes those small decisions have an impact on a situation just like this. So I don't understand why we do one, and then now we're looking to try to lower the rate. I'm in favor of lowering the rate and lowering the rate that a resident or a business owner pays for a premium, but I want the next time that that pressure is put on us for an activity like we approved, that this kind of information is again remembered and how it impacts the ISO going forward.
It can have an impact, and what I've seen them do in other cities, depending on what it was, they could issue a split rating and issue a very high rating to an area such as that. Whereas the rest of the city could be at 2, they could issue them a 9 or a 10, which basically would double your cost of your insurance. So things like that happen in different cities where they have these kind of issues. So.
I just don't think that we're always aware of how those development decisions can impact the ISO if you don't remind us.
Further comment
Thank
from
you.
council?
Thank you.
Mayor, Brian, so we got a 1-year agreement that we might vote on. So what happens if he doesn't lower the rate the way he's scheduled to?
If
Is
he-
there a
He's not the one that actually lowers it. He will tell us what we need to do, and we will work on getting all our stuff lined up, make sure everything's lined out like it needs to be. He'll do the water modeling on the hydrants and check all the flows and do all his stuff. And then once we have our stuff lined up, he'll come in and look at it and he goes, yeah, I think we're good. After the third step then is to call ISO and have their grader come in to grade us.
Okay.
And they issue the grade, not this consultant. But he will be here for that process to help us with that.
But there's no guarantee that his services will help us lower the rating.
There is no guarantee. Although I could probably ask him, he is extremely successful. Like I said, he actually wrote what ISO uses to grade with. He's actually the author of their.
And he's from here.
He's from the Metroplex.
Garland.
Oh, I saw a different
Garland.
address. I
That's
saw
right.
a local address, so I assumed.
No, he's from Garland. This is a very extreme specialty. He does this all over the United States. He's one of the few type people that do this.
Marty, Rodney? Well, I'm concerned now when you talk about maybe one area going from a 3, which we are now, to a 9.
Well,
And
that
if
can
we're gonna
happen.
get
That
messed-
happens in different cities. It just depends on how they look at it.
But that can happen, I mean, they can review your
Anytime.
rating at any time. You
Yeah.
could drop without requesting a better rating.
Well, and normally along with that, you're talking about tenths of points on those sort of things that they deduct, and you're not going to get a perfect score. We don't have enough money to get a perfect score in equipment, manpower, and those sort of things.
Yeah, a 1 rating is probably, we don't want to pay the money to get a 1 rating. And for residential, a 1 has no impact. It is commercial only to get a 1 rating.
Well, I don't know, so I don't understand. I'm depending on you, Brian. Do you think we can get it from a 3 to
I
a
think
2?
we can make it a 2. And last time we grabbed all the low-hanging fruit, and you guys had enough foresight that we got the 100-foot aerial, which was one piece we were missing. So we will pick up points in the aerial category this time. So I think that we should make it 2 without much problem.
I'll entertain a motion. Somebody on the council.
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
Did you say second?
Yeah.
Do you have a motion to approve as presented? Do I have a second? Charlotte made the motion. Don seconded. Do I have any further discussion from council? Do I have public comment on this item before we vote? Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one. Thank you, Brian. Number 16, consideration of authorizing staff to negotiate a concessions agreement between the City of San Angelo and San Angelo Host Events Incorporated based on RFP PK0214, the Bosque concession. Carl White, you are on, sir.
Yes, sir. We seek council's authorization for us to negotiate an agreement for the operation of the concessions at the Bosque. Just right quick, our goals from the beginning have been to enhance and build upon the development of the Bosque that was created during the river project, and also to work with the private sector to help operate concessions from that location. Just to remind everybody watching what the Bosque is and what the conceptual development is planned to be. This is Irving Street on the left, and on the right, this is Chapman Street Bridge. The part of the Bosque that is developed now are the restrooms, the games court area with the washer pitching playing area, the chess playing area, the bocce ball court. There's a little stage underneath Chapman Bridge, and there are some musical instruments underneath this section of Chapman Bridge. The parts that we would like to add and plan to add is a putt-putt golf course, 18-hole golf course here, a food court area with a concession building being the hub of that, an area over here on the east side that would be would either have a carousel, or in talking with San Angelo Host, he's interested in the idea of shifting the location of the carousel probably closer to here, be more visible, more attractive for kids and families, and then create sort of an intimate area that you could rent for parties, which I'll show in a second. Let's see. Also add a dock for the rental of paddle boats, and perhaps add some unique play equipment that we might put on the slope of this property. This is a look at the concession building it's designed and about to go out to bid. That would be the hub of the food court. This is the kind of look that we're looking for, the food court area that you might see in Austin. A look at the putt-putt golf course. We would put out a request for proposals for this, and this would be the end result. A nice professional putt-putt golf course. Of course, we would like to work with artists to make this putt-putt golf course look more unique to San Angelo, give it a San Angelo touch. The rental of paddle boats would be part of this concession operation, perhaps overseeing the Chadbourne Street Bridge stage that we've used successfully as part of Riverfest. Check out washers, chess pieces, bocce ball, and facilitate that part that's already been created. Help organize events like the fishing derby and others. This is that rental, more intimate rental space that I mentioned if we shifted the location of the carousel.
I like that word, intimate.
Intimate. Romantic. A look at what we might be able to do along the slope of the property. One interesting idea that San Angelo Host had was to bring some gondolas to the operation in that section between Irving and Celebration Bridge.
As long as there's no city officials captaining like the canoes.
Might do it as a part-time job.
Just kidding.
Look at what we might do with a carousel, probably a little bit smaller than this one. In the proposal and visiting with San Angelo Host, these are some of their initial thoughts, particularly about the schedule. They see 2 seasons, a high season and a low season. The high season would be April through October, essentially. It would be open longer hours, open during lunch and dinner, about 6 days a week. And then a low season, November through the cool part of March, open shorter hours, open just during lunch, and then possibly just 3 days a week. They see about an investment of about $120,000 with the purchase of equipment, the kitchen equipment for the concession, purchase of the paddle boats, and possibly the gondolas. And then they would be ready for operation once we're done with the building of the concession building and the putt-putt golf course. If you recall, last time we talked to council about this, about the conceptual development and the monies that were available. We can do this, the base work, all the base work with the money that's available. It's a estimated look at some of the costs, the concession building, the putt-putt golf course, and all the rest. This initial base work, we're looking at about $660,000. That money is available. And additional work we could add to after that would be the carousel, unique play equipment, additional musical instruments, some art and aesthetics, and perhaps add an additional washer pitching area. And of course, the other things we've talked about is another water feature for the area and a stairway to Chadbourne Street. And I believe that with that, I'll entertain any questions.
I don't see the train.
It'd have to be very
Where's the train,
very
Carl?
small. Model
Carousel.
train.
Carousel. Think carousel.
Rail cars and not horses or something in there.
I want our train back. How many of these proposals did you send out, and how many did you get back?
We sent out to several, and we direct mailed to several. And when we had a pre-proposal meeting, we had 2 folks show up. Neither one of those who showed submitted a proposal. We got 1 proposal, and that was from San Angelo Host. And we've had a great relationship with San Angelo Host. That provide excellent service. They're very cooperative. We recommend approval.
I brag on Carlo. He's done a good job for us.
I have to agree with that. You know, I was here before Carlo,
Yes,
and you were too.
I was
and
as
the
well.
problems and the complaints, and I don't have any anymore.
I remember how it used to be before
And
Carlo.
To make this, you know, a lucrative deal for San Angelo Host or anybody that wants to come in and do it, you know, the exclusivity of them being able to do it all is even more attractive. And I just can't say enough good about San Angelo Host. So if it's a motion you're looking for, I'm happy to make the motion to approve as presented.
I'll second that.
I want a train, Carlo. Do have a motion to accept this as presented. I do have a second. Do I have further council discussion on this item?
I want to make sure on that concession, it wasn't named the Grave, right? It was the Grove?
The Grove.
Okay.
The Grove.
It kind of looks like
Building on the bosque, which means the woods.
It kind of looks grave, but okay.
Do I have comment from the public before we take our vote?
Well, we're nitpicking spelling today, aren't we, Johnny? It's just,
Motion to approve as presented. The contract would go to San Angelo Host. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 7-0 on that one, Brian.
And
Thank you, Carl.
we'll bring that negotiated agreement back to council.
Thank you very much. Let's see where we are. We're to number 17, which is consideration of authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement in the amount of $60,133.70 with Alarm Security Group LLC DBA, San Angelo Security, to perform improvements and repairs to the existing fire suppression system within the Chase State Office Building under agreement CFM 0810. Robert Bluth, you're not Robert
You got me.
Bluthart. Rick Wise.
Bob's here to help as well.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I need to recuse myself from this, even though I've been told I don't have to by my legal staff. I think in order that there is full disclosure, I would like to recuse myself from
Very well. Understand Marty will be recusing himself from the discussion and the vote.
Would you like me to add anything or confirm that that's an approach that council member Self wishes to do?
Do you agree with it?
He isn't required to, but I certainly support his approach. But he wouldn't be required to under conflicts of interest statutes.
If you choose
This
to.
item doesn't involve a company in which he has any substantial statutory interest that would trigger the requirements.
But in interest of transparency, you choose to recuse.
Exactly.
Do not leave.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss.
This item is pertaining to some maintenance and repair that needs to be done to the fire suppression system at the state office complex. The city currently has an agreement with Angelo Security Group to do work for us pertaining to security systems and our fire systems as well. So this agreement will be with San Angelo Security to do the work for us. They can subcontract out to whomever they want to. Sometimes they've used places from Abilene, from San Angelo, various locations. The reason it comes to you today is simply because it exceeds the $50,000 projected amount for the maintenance that needs to be done on the system, so we have to come to council for that approval. So we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Council, do I have questions? And Marty, by the way, does own Angelo Fire Protection, which possibly would be a subcontractor for San Angelo Security.
Correct, because they are local.
Do I have any discussion, council, on this? I'm looking for a motion to approve.
Second.
Elizabeth has made the motion. I do have a second. Johnny Silvas. Do I have public comment on this item before we vote? If not, I will call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that, Brian. Need you back, Marty. Catch you before you got to your car. All right, we have already done number 18. Number 19 is discussion, possible action related to the city cleanup program, also known as the Citizens Free Dumping Program. Mr. Kelton, you are on, sir.
All right. Back at the October 21st meeting, Miss Billy DeWitt brought some concerns about the guidelines for the Citizens Free Dumping Program, is what it's better known. And so Ms. Farmer asked that I bring this back for review and for any possible revisions. So, Ms. Farmer, if you want to follow up with that, or okay. The cleanup program, or the Citizens Free Dumping Program, was established October 1st of 2003. It was brought back when KSAB was kind of a part of the city. They brought this program forward and got it kicked off. It's been a wonderful program for the city. Citizens have really utilized it. It's been a great deal. Just how well they've used it. Last year, before we actually reworked the contract with Republic, we had estimated that we were going to spend a little over $170,000 supporting this program. So it's a very well utilized program. the basic guidelines of the program. The program is for city residences only. It's not for any commercial property or commercial property or residential property that's used for commercial purposes, say rent houses or whatever. The customers must be a customer of the city water utilities department to be eligible for the once a month free disposal. They have to do it, they have to take a current water bill within the last 30 days to the landfill and utilize that water bill and their driver's license is what they ask for, a form of ID, and the address on the water bill and the name and address on the water bill and the name and address on the driver's license that they ask for have to match up before you'll be allowed to use this service. We have had quite a few folks in the past that have tried to get around this thing, so they've become quite strict out there, because we have had some commercial folks that have tried to take stuff out for other folks and use somebody else's water bill to dispose of trash that they've done. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
My question in this was for council to discuss when there is a property owner that has 2, 3, 4 rentals, and say they pay the water bill, and the water bill goes to their residential address. Now they're paying the water bill to keep up the property, to maintain it, and they go in after a renter leaves or skips or whatever, and there's a lot of trash. And sometimes this can happen more than once a month. And I personally don't have a problem with the owner of that property being able to dispose of the property, the trash left over at that particular residence, to be able to take it to the dump for free to dispose of the trash. I'd rather have that than it littered in the backyard or the alleys or et cetera and so forth. To me, that they pay the taxes on the property. It's a service, and I just feel like that they even though the address of the property may not be on the bill, because my address of my house is not on my water bill. It goes someplace else. And I can understand that, but I would expect to be able to take some trash to the dump, that service. And I wanted to know how the rest of the council felt about it, because we need to clarify it for the people at the gate out there as to who may or may not bring trash. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And the parameters of the cleanup program,
yes,
or the citizens free dumping. We haven't reviewed this in again, quite some time.
2003.
Yeah, and so
we've got a couple that have problems each month, and they need to dispose of trash on property that they own, but it has been rented. And I was curious as to if the rest of the council had a problem with them being able to go and take that trash.
If I may, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Shane, as far as last year, we had 6,372 tons were taken there. That's the way things are at this point. That's with without allowing what Ms. Farmer's talking about at this point. We had 6,372 tons. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's
so. Right now, we're allowed 6,000 tons.
With under the new contract, we are allowed up to 6,000 tons under the Citizens Free Dumping Program that will be at no cost to the city.
We also know that we have a once a quarter curbside bulk pickup that should affect that 6,000 number. That should actually bring that number.
Correct.
Hopefully quite a bit down.
We are hoping so, yes, sir.
So would there be some type of an allowance, perhaps, if what Ms. Farmer's talking about, if we do allow for these individuals that are paying their property taxes and are wanting to take their trash, maybe properties that are renting out, would there be some type of a little bit of an allowance there for that to occur? I know that previously the city would have incurred the expense, but now with the curbside service, that number should come down quite a bit.
We're hoping that does come down quite a bit. Of course, we don't know for sure until we actually we're year end everything and we actually see how the numbers fall out. But it stands to reason that we can make a fairly well-educated assumption that those numbers should decrease significantly, since people won't have to put it in their pickup, drive all the way out to the landfill, and go to work and face and unload it. All they have to do is stick it out on the curb, and Republic will come by and pick it up for you. So, I mean, we believe that those numbers will go down, yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I've been asked the same question, you know, why couldn't, if I have a rent house, why couldn't I take that trash out?
Well, we all know that in rental properties, you're not making tons of money, and a lot of people will invest in a rental property, and maybe 10, 15 years, you know, if they still have that same property, they might start seeing some little overage or income from it, but I'm all for keeping San Angelo beautiful. And if it aids and assists, I would like to see a paragraph added that if there's a denotation on the bill, whether a star or whatever that we can get billing to put on there, and the people at the gate see that they know this is the property owner. The person that has that bill is a property owner, and he may have 4 or 5 different rentals, so he could come per house once a month. That's 4 or 5 times a month. And I don't have a problem with it, and I would like to see the council make that adjustment.
I don't understand how you distinguish between that commercial activity and another, but I'm kind of open for the discussion. Can I ask one other thing, though? Okay, I don't know that much about trash collection. If there's an elderly person that has their water bill and they give their ID to their yard man to haul something off, is there a problem with that?
Yes.
Okay.
I know there's.
I'm more interested in that because of someone who doesn't have the ability or is not able-bodied enough to go do it themselves, because they're allowed access to the landfill, but they simply physically can't do it. That's more my interest personally.
And I guess.
Well, and we're hoping that that the new quarterly bulk pickup will help alleviate some of those issues at that point.
I'm like Charlotte, I'm not anti-bulk pickup. I think the more that you can get to the landfill and not end up in alleys, the better.
That's correct.
But not everyone also has enough storage to keep something for a quarter before they put it out on the curb. And I certainly don't want it out on the curb for short of 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Rodney?
Yeah, I think the curbside pickup is really going to change a whole lot of this. And I think that we can't, in my opinion, I don't think we should make any changes until we do get a year into this and see how the effects are going to be on this. I deal with these rental properties monthly on management, and part of owning properties is knowing that you're going to have that expense. And so I just don't see this as a big thing where we shouldn't be, that's just part of the cost of doing business, in my opinion on that. And I think what you're going to do is you're going to open it up where it's going to be real hard with the people that manage the gates out there trying to distinguish, where there's going to be all these arguments about, I own these 5 properties, or I'm a part owner of these 5 properties. And I like the system that's in place now. It makes it way easier.
And I see a great potential for abuse. Johnny?
Yes.
Shane, I've got 2 things. First, what kind of high-tech system do you have in place when I go out there with my water bill and my trash? What happens? You rubber stamp it? You enter it in the computer, or what happens?
You take your actual water bill from water utilities that you receive every month, and the ladies at the gate will actually put a stamp on it so that they know that with that one water bill, the current water bill, and that's why it has to be a current one, is that once it has that stamp on it, then you have used your one time a month free dumping service at that point. So you can't bring your water bill back, and try to come in 2 weeks later because it has that stamp on it, and they can clearly see that you've already been through.
And then secondly, I'm thinking about the water bill. You've got, how difficult would it be to add? You've got a service address for sure, but a billing address. Maybe that's how you could help out the property owners that have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
I would need to work with our water billing department and with the folks out at the landfill to come up with if council approves this and does this, to try to come up with some means of better identification, so we actually know who the actual real property owners are versus a commercial yard man or something that just brings somebody's water bill that they're working for and come by, and not only do they dump that one person's clippings or brush or whatever for free, but everybody else that they did that day too. So and we've had those issues in the past before.
And then also to add what Elizabeth said, if that elderly person out there, it sounds like I almost have to take that elderly person with me in my pickup, for them to use their ID and their water bill for it to work.
That's correct. That's what would have to happen right now. Yes, sir.
My problem that I personally have had, and I know some others that have had the same problem, is my water bill does not have the service address. I mean, it goes to a different address. And then I asked my son, who has a pickup, I don't have a pickup, to haul this excess garage sale or whatever stuff to the dump. His ID certainly doesn't match the address, which it doesn't have the service address on the bill. It's another address, and that creates confusion. And I'm not faulting the people at the landfill. I can understand how they would be confused. If Shane had the authority to identify or mark a true property owner, in the system so that they could take things to the dump, I'm just asking for ways that it can be done to assist those folks that do own pieces of property, that it's not a huge investment maker for them, money maker for them, to be able to dispose of trash. I don't want it in the alleys. I don't want it stacked up on the driveways. And a quarterly pickup doesn't serve that
Yes, ma'am.
for a lot of turnover use.
I think that rent houses are generally a business, and I think it's part of doing business, and I would not be in favor of this. And it's citizen-free dumping, and that's for the citizen, for the homeowner. So I don't have a problem with Elizabeth's. I think she's got something that maybe we could amend. And I would also ask if we amend it one other way. Not everyone in the city gets a water bill. There's a lot of people that's on well water and a lot of septic tanks. I know out in North Angelo, there is no sewer past the Coliseum, so everybody out there is on their own septic system, and a lot of them are on well water. So I would like to also amend this with the Republic bill for trash, because if you're not on the water system, if the utilities do not send you your trash bill, Republic sends it to you. You pay Republic direct, and of course the amount 1512 shows that you live in the city. So also need to amend it to allow a trash bill for those that are not on the city water system. That's just bookkeeping. Yes, ma'am.
Shane, when you hear comments from residents, what do you think, if they could change the program, what do you think they would want?
What we're discussing today is the biggest number that generates the largest number of phone calls I receive on the Citizens Free Dumping Program, is how their water bill and their driver's license have to match before they're allowed in. And it does come back to a lot of rental properties too. And we do, well, I say a lot, but during the spring and summer, we register quite a few phone calls, and it does relate back to that about cleaning up. Or somebody just bought a new lot. They don't have water service or any utility service there, but they live somewhere else, and so this is a separate property from where they live, so it doesn't qualify either. I do get several of those as well too. I bought the lot, I paid the taxes. Why can't I use the Citizen Free Dumping Program? I do get some of those phone calls as well.
I could see us looking at something like that if it was part of one of the target neighborhoods and, a lot that has been vacant for many years. I mean, I can see that, but I don't think I'm ready to change anything today. I think we need to maybe hear a little bit more about the level of complaints that you're getting, or, I mean, how they, whether it's elderly needing help, the vacant lot cleanup. I'd like to know kind of the proportionality of the request to see where the real problems are.
We don't get a lot of senior citizens or elderly calling. There are some community service groups that do help with that. And KSAB used to be a large component of it, and actually KSAB did have an elderly citizens pickup service that they used to offer back when they were functional underneath the city. Now that they're their own separate 501c3, I'm not sure if that service still exists through them or not. It used to when they were with the city, but we don't get a lot of those phone calls. It's mostly from the people with rent houses and or the people that have bought additional lots around town.
And people that own homes have a homestead exemption. That's not on their rental property. That's on their home, and so. I don't think we ought to be subsidizing people that have rent houses. Way of making a living. I don't have a problem putting it with their homestead. which is what we intended to do, but this will be abused. This will be abused if we just allow people carte blanche to take a bill out there and say, well, this is my rent house.
Let's do this. If we can get a year, half year under our belts in the quarterly and see how that is working to alleviate, some of the trash problem. And then in that time frame from now until then, till we get the time under our belt, if you could possibly come up with scenarios, or we could talk of ways that would better assist based on the actual cause and calls that you get in the actual service. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
That way, council would be better equipped to answer if they had a item number 8 or something to fit in the next category, to see how it could fit in based
Okay.
on what your experience and recommendation is.
Okay, I'll go back and I can work with the utility billing department, and we'll also look at also adding people that do not have utility services through the city as well, that actually live in
Still live in the
that
city and
live
still
within
pay
the city
city
limits.
Taxes
Yes.
on it.
So you're saying let's postpone it?
Yeah, and it's possible that we might, instead of the water bill, we might want to use their property tax statement, because that's got their name on it, and it'll have their mailing address, and it'll have the property location address on it. That may be a simple solution, but after you've had the quarterly pickups and see how that works, look at it again.
Okay.
Thank you.
You saying postpone?
Yes.
Anybody want a second? Or we just want
yeah.
to just by
Just
consensus?
general consensus,
I
and
have
we can
a-
take
what-
it from there.
Real
Yes, John.
quick, remind me what the gate fee is without a bill?
What,
20.
went up to 35 and some change. I can't think of it right off the top of my head.
$35.
And I'll tell you, I drove out there last week, Shane, and it's embarrassing, all of the trash that's piled up out there on 50th Street going toward the landfill. I saw half a dozen couches, mattresses.
Yes, sir.
sounds-
That section's still out in the county,
I
and
know.
they're
That sounds like
responsible
Houston
for
Hart.
that collection. But we'll.
Yeah.
Is that the loop you're talking about?
But I didn't think we had a 50th Street.
You got what you need, Jane?
I have what I need.
Just
Jessica.
need a
Ms. Farmer,
mower, and he can go mow and pick up trash.
for clarification, after 1 quarter, or after 6 months to come back, I mean, how long before?
Yeah,
know-
I trust Shane's opinion as to whether in 6 months, and it's a quarterly, that's only 2 times, it may
Correct.
not be enough, in his opinion,
To
to
establish.
make a recommendation. He may need the full year.
Okay.
So I'm leaving that to his discretion. He's the one who works it, not me.
When we get monthly reports, they're providing us monthly reports of how much the citizens free dumping is actually bringing in. That'll also help us, give us a guide as we get halfway through the new contract year, and it'll give us some general guidance. So we'll put some ideas together and bring them back for you.
Maybe speak to the county about that section that's not in the city, and
Yes,
see if
ma'am.
can
We will.
clean it up. It's pretty bad.
Yes, ma'am.
In the loop.
In the loop,
In the loop.
I've given up.
Item number 20, discussion and related action thereto of the water fund financial performance, including A, the possibility of issuing rebates of water fees, and B, use of the one-time landfill lease revenue in the amount of $3,600,000. Morgan, you're starting this, and then Tina, we have you as backup.
Thank you. Good morning. What I have for you is the first item. A is the routine item that we bring every April and November, as set forth in the water rate ordinance, that biannually we will review the performance, the financial performance of that fund. As you're aware, I predict that this discussion will be brief, because as you're aware, we've had severe fiscal impact of the drought and not selling water, and so a lot of this is information y'all have seen before. Just jumping right to the meat of it, the estimated fund balance as of October 31st, this is a preliminary, unaudited amount, just under $1.3 million. The $1,294,000 is what we estimate will be the water fund balance. The goal for the water fund would actually be to have about $4,760,000 in fund balance. So as it relates to the water rebate discussion, we recommend no action at this time. And I believe we would need action on that to be compliant with the ordinance. If you have questions specifically, I can go through the detail. However, that's what I have prepared for item A.
Council, then want to have a...
I'll move to approve that, we have no action. At least the citizens know that we're trying, we're looking, and sure, we want rebates for them, but even ourselves, but we just don't have it.
Well, these two tie together, and when we
Yes.
first when we first initiated this May or April and November, that was back in '06 when we made some pretty substantial increases. And we just wanted to keep the fund balance even. So if we overcharged, we gave back. And we have given back twice, I think, haven't we, Charlotte? We've given back twice, but the rest of the time we've had deficits we had to deal with. So, Johnny, did you say you would approve to do this, just leave it like it is with no rebate?
No rebate, yes.
Anybody want to second that?
Second.
Okay. Do have a motion from Johnny. I'll take Elizabeth's second. Any further discussion from council on item number A?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm losing the name of, I would like for us to consider any fund balance overages. I was going to suggest move it to eradicate, or we had asked several years ago that the pilot fund be done away with. And then we found out a couple of years ago that the sewer, tell me which one is still a capital fund, please.
Wastewater, and we are reducing that annually in the budget process.
Yeah, I know we're reducing it annually, but before we look at monies to give back, that we look at making sure that that fund is completely dissolved. Just wanted to bring it up. It was the opportunity to bring it up.
Yeah, we're moving that pilot fee along to eliminate that.
Thank you.
Public comment on this item? Motion has been made that we do not allow the rebates at this time because of the deficit in our water department. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. 7-0. Number B, the one-time landfill lease revenue, $3.6 million. Ms.
Tina
Bennell.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So we have here, we're bringing back this $3.6 million that the landfill fund received back in August per request of the mayor. We decided a few months back that we would bring it back after we kind of got things settled for the fiscal year end. So I just wanted to kind of present to you where we began the fiscal year 13 for the landfill fund. We started with a negative fund balance of about almost $2.4 million. And then I added in here the current year revenue and the one-time payment and subtracted out the current year expense and left us at an end of year unaudited fund balance of about $3.1 million in the landfill fund. So that's where we are right now, before any auditor adjustments or anything like that. I did want to also mention that through the agreement that Shane was able to make with Republic, they did fund a trust to cover the post-closure liability that we currently have on our books for the landfill fund. Currently, that's funded at about almost $4.8 million. That's at 10/31, and the current liability that we have booked as of the end of fiscal year 13 was close to $3.3 million. Of course, that's adjusted each year. We expect that to increase, as we go along for post-closure and closure costs. So I guess the reason I wanted to bring up that the trust is funded is that it could potentially free up that liability that we currently have on the books. We don't want to make any promises. Of course, we have to wait until the auditors get here and tell us exactly how we should account for that on our financial statements. But that is definitely a possibility that we could also have that money freed up as well, and it would no longer be reserved on our books at year end. So with that, so like I said, we ended the year unaudited figure of $3.1 million for the landfill fund. The current net loss in the water fund at the end of the year was about $1.8 million. So I just wanted to show you where that would leave the landfill fund if we were to make that water fund whole, as the mayor had suggested. And that would leave them at about $1.3 million at the end of FY14. The recommended landfill fund balance for operations, that's 75 days of operating expense is what our goal is for that fund, and that would be about $191,000. We currently estimate that the landfill fund will have revenue over expenses of about $1.1 million for fiscal year 15, and so of course that would fall to fund balance at the end of the year if that works out as we are currently projecting. So, that could potentially put the landfill fund at just over $2 million at the end of FY15. One thing I did want to point out, however, is Shane, I've discussed this with Shane Kelton, and he does need to build up that fund balance in the landfill fund because we do expect in the future to have to pay for a permit fee. I think right now he's projecting that to be somewhere around $4 million. I don't know if he's here and wants to speak to that. I'll be happy to give him some time to do that. Okay, and then I wanted to show where the landfill, or where the water fund, ending fund balance at the end of fiscal year 14 right now is at almost $1.4 million. Then if we added back that net loss, it would basically put them back where they started the year at just under $3.2 million. We recommend, as we discussed earlier, that the water fund have a fund balance of just over $4.7 million. So even with that help, if you will, from the landfill fund, it still wouldn't be necessarily where we would want it to be. Of course, it's a one-time fix. It's not going to necessarily help us as we go into the future, but it certainly could be an assistance for them for the time being. And of course, as you know, I think we have the water rate study going and things like that we hope to be able to assist the water fund as we move forward. And I think with that, that's all I have as far as presentation. Do you have any questions for us?
So you're saying we'd need about $1.8 million of the $3.6 million to bring our water fund back up to a zero balance and operating?
To bring that, yes, so that they would not have a net loss for the current year. And again, I want to reemphasize that those are unaudited numbers.
Yes.
Of course, the auditors come in and make adjustments at year end as well. So.
And when we approved this, we knew that we would have to wait until we had some good figures to work with.
Yes,
but
sir.
What I'm concerned about, this is a 3.6, and I'll call it a windfall, because it is something we negotiated with Republic, that they would pay us $3.6 million for the use for landfill. And because our citizens are the ones that have been paying for this landfill, I think this money belongs to our citizens. And by taking this $3.6 million and applying it to the water deficit, that it was not their fault we have a deficit. We asked them to conserve. They conserved. We keep our balance up by selling water. We didn't sell water. Therefore, it was we have a deficit. And by taking this, whatever, the 1.8.29 of the 3.6 and applying this to deficit, at least we can bring operating up to zero. And when we get our study, then we will not have to be climbing out of a hole. We can start at zero. And the rest of this money can be left in a rainy day fund for anything that our citizens need. I don't want to put this, and we've already voted to put it into a fund. I just don't want this $3.6 million that I feel is citizen money to go into a general fund where it just disappears. I want it to be citizen money for citizen things, and by starting off by balancing out this water department, I think that's the best thing we can do for our citizens. They don't have to crawl out of almost a $2 million hole just to get their water rates up. The rates are going to go up anyway. There's no sense adding this. So
They are.
probably going to go up because we need $100 million in infrastructure. But
Yes, we'll discuss that later.
until we get the study, we don't know. But there's no reason to add $2 million to what's probably going to be inevitable.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Number one, what is the purpose of the fund balance? For infrastructure, major events,
In this
failures?
particular fund,
Mhm.
in every fund, we want to have some fund balance built up in case of unexpected expenditures. And so that's why our goal as a city is 75 days worth of operating expenses in case we just get into a situation where we have an emergency kind of situation.
Or revenue shortfalls.
Or revenue shortfalls. Thank you, Michael. But for this particular fund at this time, as I mentioned, Shane has said that there is a likelihood that in the future that we'll have to pay for permit fees for the landfill, and he expects that amount to be somewhere around $4 million. And if he may want to speak to that, I don't know if you have more specific questions about that, but.
Well, yes and no. Where did we come up with 75 days, and how long would it take at the current rate of our new contract to make the $4 million? Where's our break-even point on that time-wise? See, what my contention is, do we really need to put that much money back into this fund to make it work?
You're talking about the waste fund or the water fund?
Your 3.6 million, the $1.8 million to get it back.
On the On the landfill fund, I can't speak to the water fund, but on the landfill fund, if our estimated revenues, and again, these are estimated revenues, we're estimating roughly that $1 million for revenue, so that roughly if we took us back to zero, it would take 4 years for us to get that revenue up to the 4 million that we estimate for all of the fees associated with gaining a new permit on the land just to the north of 50th Street. Again, these are estimated revenue, so until we actually get a year under our belt, we're not sure where we're going to fall on that.
Well, when's the new sale? Are you?
It's not sale. It's the permit, and we would need to look at, and we're guessing hopefully we're 14 to 15 years out. But I think our rate of infill with the activity, local activity, has started increasing fairly dramatically. We're seeing tonnage reports come back from the landfill that are greater. We're growing at a greater rate than we have in the past. So I think all this extra activity we may be decreasing that time to some extent. Again, we don't necessarily, we have time. It's not like I have to build the 4 million in 4 years, but I don't want to wait 10 or 12 years to have that either. So, because again, until we actually see where we're going to fall out, I don't want to come back to y'all in 8 years from now going, guys, I need lots of money. Where are we going to get it from? Yeah. And so, just from my end, I would like to slowly build. We don't have to use all of it, but slowly build over time.
Well, and my contention is we don't need to be fiscally irresponsible, but by the same token, we don't need to put 14, 10 years, 8 years that we can get in 4 years into it, and to me that's as irresponsible on one end as it is on the other. So
and yes, that's fine. That's strictly a council decision on y'all's end as to how y'all want to move that forward.
Didn't you have about $4 million in a landfill closure fund that you've been collecting for the last 4 to 5 years from the citizens?
That's this
3.289.
And didn't Republic say that they would take care of all closure fees?
That's the trust fund that was established 1031 with the 4.773 million.
So that means we've got $3,155,559 that we have been adding up and building for the last several years for a closure that Republic is now taking responsibility for, which means that you're starting off with $3,155,000 ahead of where you were.
The 3.289 million, but
Okay.
yes,
Yeah,
sir, and that's going to depend on as Tina said, on the auditors when they come in and do the books to see exactly how they want or how they book it, and so it'll be we believe we expect that this should free up. We just want to make sure that the auditors are happy with that same scenario as well.
I think it's a wash. I mean, we've been building the fund, and our taxpayers have been paying for it.
Yes, sir.
And now Republic's taking it. So the money we've been building up is there, so you can apply it to the fund that you need it, I would say.
That's their world, not mine. So,
well, and here again, my contention, Mayor, is that it's another landfill.
Windfall.
So that we have $3 million there that we don't really need to address anything at this time. And I really think you're going to have $3 million on top of your other monies when everything's said and done.
All I want's the $3.6 million to put into a rainy day fund to take care of the deficit for our citizens' use.
Just wanted to point out that if we move that money over to the water fund, the $1.8 million, that will leave the landfill fund currently at year end at $1.3 million. So if we use that entire $3.6 million, we would leave the landfill fund at a deficit. So I don't know that we want to move that entire amount now, or maybe wait until we look and see what the auditors do at a later date.
And I don't have a problem with waiting till we have exacts.
Okay.
Is it possible then to wait on this decision?
Yes.
Okay. I would make maybe one suggestion in that the windfall that was paid to the city by Republic is somehow going to be paid by the taxpayer. So I don't really want us to think that one is corporate dollars versus taxpayer dollars. It's all taxpayer dollars. So in the end, I want what's the most transparent. And robbing one to pay the other is fine, as long as at the end of the day, then we're not going to have to come up with more money for landfill closure costs.
I think that the landfill closure will take care of itself with the fund that Republic took over. So
I
don't-
hope
I don't-
that you're right.
I don't see a problem with
That's the
that.
purpose of that trust fund,
Yeah.
so.
The issue is the
The
permitting.
issue would be the
permitting.
permit fee.
Correct.
Right.
So, we get some good figures. Let's deal with this again.
Let's just see what the auditors say.
Let's see
I
what the
just say,
auditors say.
We can wait. The money's
can
there.
wait.
It's not going anywhere.
No,
There's no action on these.
no action.
All right.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
All right, we are now to number 21, which is discussion of a service line warranty program that would cover the citizen-owned portion of the primary water or sewer service line from the home to the utility connection. Ms. Grindstaff?
I asked that staff put this on the agenda. I would expect them to do the presentation.
Okay.
This was actually an item that was brought forth when I first showed up here in 2012. Councilman Fred Adams actually brought this item up, and it was presented. And it's an opportunity for our citizens that when they do have a line break, whether it's water or wastewater, that a lot of them can't afford it. As a matter of fact, some of the readings that I had is that on average you're looking at somewhere close to about $4,000. What this warranty does is it allows the citizens to get this insurance. So in the future, if they do have an issue of a line break, a water break, or a waste water line break, that they can have this as an option afforded to them. There were some concerns initially. I think that when y'all talked about it back when, Ms. Grindstaff, I'm not sure exactly what caused it.
In
to-
2012, I
back in
think
two-
it was first presented.
I think it's April of 2012,
Mhm.
correct. It was again brought up when I first got here, of course, in October. That was with Mr. Fred Adams. And I think some of the concern initially was just that the city would be backing a certain company that would come in and provide the insurance when we should be allowing for competition for that. I understand that the Council of Governments of the North
National League of Cities.
National League of Cities.
And North Central Texas
Mhm.
Council.
They
Yes.
went through the whole process, and at the time, they had over 100 cities that were participating in this program, which allowed for the citizens in those communities to access this insurance. This insurance can also be afforded to citizens if they want to get it themselves. I think that what the warranty did and bringing in a group of citizens all together would bring the cost down a little bit, which was the biggest benefit at the time about the warranty program. There was an allowance for the city, any of those cities, to also get a certain percentage off of any amounts that were paid to the insurance. And at the time, I know that at the time when Fred Adams brought it up, that was something that was mentioned but was never pursued. I think that there was a council member that had an issue with that. But again, this is just a warranty program, a insurance that will be provided for our citizens. The only concern that we have is what exactly should the city's involvement be in this whole process? Should the city be a part of it? Ms. Farmer, I know that
No,
you...
just making
Okay.
sure he sees. Go ahead.
Okay. It was never really pursued back when I was here, when Fred Adams brought it up. Again, it was just the question of what is the city's role in participating or partnering in this type of program.
Charlotte?
I think I'm probably the council member that had the problem with it because I do recall it. And should a citizen award themselves this insurance? Absolutely. If they can and they can afford it, it fits their pocketbook, it's something that they should have. But we also need homeowners insurance, and the city is not involved in recommending which company or which provider out there that they should go to. And until someone can show me differently, to me this is the same thing, it's the freedom of choice to the people as to which provider they choose should they decide they need and want this type of insurance.
And I've thrown away a dozen of these things that I get at my house, different companies wanting to sell me this extended warranty on my water lines. They're there. They're sending them to us. They're available to any citizen that wants them. But I don't want the city backing them and supporting them and guaranteeing them. Ms. Grindstaff?
My interest in this is that even though we're all, I think, solicited by these companies, using the National League of Cities and the vetting of the North Central Texas COG, which is pretty powerful cog, that we're using a company that has demonstrated success. They're allowing an opportunity for our citizens that the citizens could not get at the same cost without kind of going as a group, as the city manager was pointing out. And the work on most of our sewer and water service lines out to the mains is not covered by our own homeowners insurance. I personally had an issue, and I was looking at, I think, if I want to say a deductible of $2,000, that's really no deductible at all. I think in the past, like Councilwoman Farmer was saying, there was a concern over competition. This is a program that uses our local plumbers, but it provides someone, particularly those of us who represent older neighborhoods, to have an opportunity for something at a much more advantageous cost than we could get any other way. And all they're asking us to do is to provide an endorsement. Given who's involved in this, I think that it's a good risk for the city. And if it provides our citizens something they couldn't otherwise get, I'm all for it. It's not something that's required by the citizens. It's just an opportunity, again, for them to access insurance at a much lower rate than they could get anywhere else.
Can't these companies that are sending out these advertisements, can't they say, we are endorsed by the National League and have been approved by different cities that have already, I mean, they can use this as their advertising, can they not?
Yeah, I think certainly they know it means more to have the city of San Angelo behind them. If you're the average citizen, what's the National League of Cities to you, or what's Texas Municipal League? I don't think you're going to know. But when I was working with Councilman Adams, it was a big concern for the more economically challenged neighborhoods that we're constantly seeing failure in these service lines.
Rodney?
Are you suggesting that we would collect the fees for those people, or how would that be?
No,
it's just truly just an endorsement?
It's an endorsement. There is the possibility for the company to provide the city a certain percentage if we had
royalty fee or something.
A royalty fee, but that's not, I'm not interested. I have no opinion either way on that. That some cities do collect a royalty fee and use that for water sewer fund.
Right.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I deal with these home warranty things daily. And in fact, almost everything that I ever write a contract on, I put a home warranty in there just for surprises during that first year. I think that if the city doesn't get involved in as far as charging, and this is purely an endorsement type deal, I definitely wouldn't see anything wrong with this.
Well, and I would offer, Councilman, that a lot of the people that it will be interested, whether or not they take advantage of it, are people that are not dealing with realtors and not always offered a warranty, home warranty on a mortgage that they're working with. I think it's there if they want it, but it's there for all citizens.
And especially if we could get a royalty of some sort out of it, I mean, as a city, we have nothing but to gain on this. And it really makes it a lot better, because I do come across situations all the time where there are people that I deal with who cannot afford to do that water connection, and they just let it leak out there, and we're just losing thousands of gallons a day of water because they can't afford to connect it. And it's very, I just did one. Actually, I've done two within the last 60 days, and each one was well over $1,000 each for each connection.
Marty?
Sorry.
Well, she basically answered my question.
Johnny?
So then by our endorsement, this National League of Cities or TML, they would send out a advertisement to the citizenry of San Angelo with our stamp of approval on it. Do you know if there's a fee schedule or what it would cost, or is there anything out there like that they do?
Daniel, do you know what the latest? It was like when we were looking at it a couple of years ago. It was like $5 a month for the insurance. It was something.
It wasn't a big number. I do know that. I also want to make sure that, with that said, though, is that we're also considering all our legal considerations as well. I know that Ms. Bowling, are there any thoughts on that as far as on our part that we need to make sure that we consider?
Sure. There's just layers of issues to look at. I do recognize there's a proliferation of these types of arrangements throughout the United States, and the concerns that have been expressed by municipalities from San Diego to, to Fort Lauderdale are the same, reflected in every city council agenda minutes that I've read and newspaper articles. As of today, I have an email back from the COG that states there are 30 Texas municipalities participating. And so they are saying 190 municipalities participating nationwide, which isn't a tremendous amount. And I think that the pros and cons should be looked at because there are certainly legal issues, and it's so very complicated. Let me just mention, with regard to the city being able to help its citizens with sewer line repair that's on private property, which indeed isn't the general authority of a municipality to repair. The city could potentially come up with a program that might be related to conservation and future conservation and protection of the city's water system, which would benefit the entire public, and therefore it wouldn't be that we were just fixing individual property owners' lines when they broke down, but if they were a threat to our water system, we could certainly have a program to lend assistance that wouldn't be an unconstitutional gift to private property. However, I wanted to say that I've looked at all the RFP from, did you want to?
No. I did want to mention, of course, that there are some communities that were mentioned, like Abilene and Odessa, those that have already participated in this type of program. As far as the endorsement part, so
I would get there in just a moment, but even the city of Plano had, I've looked at the PowerPoints, the pros and cons of the issues, so I'll go ahead and talk about the pros and cons, which can clearly be worked through, and it is a choice of council, but I think I want to address so many issues. I've really studied this at depth. But regarding the endorsement, that is something that nationwide and within our Texas cities that has been problematic, because we are in the endorsement as the contracts that the COG has put out as templates are with a service provider that then selects the local contractor. And so this service provider would send out letters with the city's logo. So it's actually a use of the city's logo. We don't have a policy right now to use the city's logo to promote or to market a private entity. So the danger would be setting a precedent. Councils have found it beneficial to charge and earn revenue from use of the city's logo, but I think that we need to think through a future policy, because basically we're lending the city's name, and if the program turns out to be negative, it's also the city's reputation, even though at at a point in time right now everything is hunky-dory. In the future things might go sour and it would be forever associated with the city, and so that would really be hard to remove. However, so number one, using the city logo, it's akin to the city engaging in marketing services, which is non-governmental, and so we would not be covered by governmental immunity whatsoever in doing this advertising with the use of the city logo, and so that would be a legal concern. Also, lending the logo, giving preferential treatment to one company, setting a precedent. I am concerned about the the selection of local vendors, because that's what it seems to be. And of course, we could work out arrangements, so I'm not saying this is, a deal breaker, but if, the RFP that I looked at is from 2010, and it says that the COG is going to look at typical selection criteria that we would be able to do. I mean, they're just the experience, references, etc. However, there is a provision that they can select any vendor that they choose at their own discretion. So really, the city, this is an old RFP. We don't know if they're going to use local plumbers, and this company that would be the go-between. So there's the COG, and then there's the company that they've selected. So the company they selected, they're not selecting the individual plumbers. They're selecting a firm to do marketing. And so, we just really don't have any control or say so once we hand over this, our endorsement to this program. I could go on.
That's fine. That's fine. We've got it
And
covered.
I see people
You had a
whispering,
comment,
but I
think.
have a lot
wanted
to say.
to be-
And it needs to be considered, and I would also, with a final comment, if I might, Councilmember Farmer.
Are you finished? I didn't want to
I
interrupt.
just wanted to give
Okay.
a final comment. Many of the cities that have endorsed the program also have a disclaimer that they're not responsible for the warranty program. So it's, however, I've discussed that disclaimer with John Seaton, and we're not sure if it does hold water. So we really need to look at all of the areas. I'd be willing to look at the pros and cons and come up with a solution.
Thank you.
Charlotte?
Let me shorten this up. I don't have a problem one bit working with TML or the National League of Cities, if they're on board, and I don't have a problem as long as the city has vetted and looked at and made sure that we're dealing with a reputable company. I don't have a problem with endorsement because it becomes public awareness. If the citizen is aware that this type policy is out there, I just had a call last week that I referred to our Tony Fox, a gentleman in my district. It wasn't an older home, but he had a water leak. And city is charging him for the 50-some-odd thousand gallons of water. The leak was on his side of the line. And he probably would have been tickled to death to have had a premium in place, $5 a month, to help him absorb these costs that he's been out. But that would have been his choice. But like Mr. Fleming said, a home warranty program, if these pamphlets are provided at the closing table, and if there's something that the city endorses, a verified company that's a reputable company, I don't have a problem with that. But it's still citizens' choice and selection, and maybe we're making it more public awareness by bringing it up and saying that there is such a company out there that will do this. I don't have a problem with that, but it would have to be vetted, in my opinion. And if National League of Cities and TML has vetted and they've worked with this company, then that first of all tells me that they are reputable, and the disclaimer at the bottom, absolutely, definitely. If that's what Ms. Grindstaff is asking, I can support that we do something like that, but only until after it's vetted.
Absolutely, and I think, Mayor, I don't know what the right company is. I would expect staff to do all of that. But before, with kind of that idea, we never did anything. We just didn't do anything. We didn't go search for another program. We just let it languish. And I think more than anything, that's my frustration, is that we don't take action. We think of everything wrong with moving forward, and yet our sister cities have been able to do this. So I would like for us to take a more proactive approach in this. So
I can see a precedent. I can see half a dozen banks in here next week with asking that we will pay back the city. We want you to endorse us. I can see car dealerships. I can see grocery stores. I can see a dozen realtors that want to use the city logo. I see this is opening up a box that we don't want to open up. It's still the consumers have the ability to pick and choose because they get the same advertisements I do. If they want these maintenance policies, they're available. They come to their mailbox. They don't need the city to pick a maintenance provider for them, just like they don't need the city to pick their automobile or their insurance company or their grocery store right on down the line. That's not the city's business. That's
I
not
appreciate
the
your
city's
opinion,
business.
but I think there are other opinions, so
That's fine.
I would ask that we call for the vote.
Public comment.
I don't think this is a vote. I think
Mayor?
Public
it's
comment.
discussion of.
Mayor?
Yes.
The idea today was to consider the concept.
Yes.
If council thought they might be, might view this positively, there is more work that needs to be done.
Yes.
And we would bring somebody in, possibly the group that is endorsed by TML, to make a presentation and get more detail and possibly have more of these answers.
Yeah, it's just a discussion issue today.
The key today is concept. Because council had a problem with the concept last time, we thought we'd start with the concept and go based on council's direction.
Okay. Public comment on this.
I have a comment
Yes,
real quick.
go ahead, Don.
And I do too.
Okay.
You want to let Turner go ahead?
No, go ahead. You go ahead. Let's get the council discussion, and then we'll go to public comment.
My feeling is twofold. Number one, I would love for every person to have this that needed it, that has an older home and those sort of things. It's been my experience that the people that need these sort of things the most, i.e. renters that have fires, don't have the insurance that they need. And that concerns me. To me, it would be a big PR type thing that we would need to get the people to understand, coupled with very, very low rates to be able to do this, because the majority of the people, like I said, that need it the most are the least likely to take part in it.
Johnny?
I just quickly wanted to, I have over the years gotten the phone calls from the elderly folks in the older homes that have had this problem, but I'm kind of, I'm leaning towards, I don't think we need the city's endorsement. If National League of Cities or TML wants to come here and present a program that's available out there to the citizens, then so be it. I don't think they need our stamp of approval. I too get those offers in the mail, and you know what? I always tear them up. One day I even call Ricky Dixon to say, "Hey, is this legit?" And he says, "Yes." They come to you. But again, if we want to, the bottom line is we're trying to take care of the citizens, especially the older ones who are financially strapped when it comes to a problem like that, water line break or something. But again, if we're here on their behalf to at least allow somebody to come out here and, hey, this is what we offer. And I'm all interested on the pros and cons of this concept, because we can just say, okay, let's do it just because TML, whoever is doing it, is approving it. I don't want to go there. I'd like to hear more meat of how it really works. Does it work? Does it not? Pros and cons is the bottom line that I'm interested in.
And cost.
And cost, exactly.
Any other comment from council before opening it up to public? Turner?
Yes, my name is Jim Turner, and I do remember the discussion on this. I was here for it, and one of the things that concerned me then, still concerns me now, is the advertising and the presentation on the endorsement made it look very much like this was an official program of the city and had city backing. And that gave it a lot of weight that was probably unjustified, especially if we're looking for a competitive market. If we do have an endorsement, there needs to be conditions on it. First off, it has to be presented in such a way that it's clear right off the bat that the city is not endorsing this exclusively, and this is not a city publication. The examples I saw would be very easy for people to confuse as a letter from the city, not somebody who happens to have an endorsement from the city. It needs to be clear that this is not an official city notice on anything they do. If there's any confusion about that, that needs to be brought to where before city council for approvals so that there is no confusion on that. Second off, I don't think the city should be giving an exclusive endorsement to any business doing any service like this, any more than they should be giving an exclusive endorsement to Stripes or Allsup's as a convenience store or whatever. This is a competitive business in a competitive market. The city should be endorsing a concept and a set of standards. If this company meets that concept and that set of standards, they can get an endorsement that says, yes, this meets city standards. But any company that meets those standards and supports the concept should be able to get the same endorsement, not exclusive. And part of that endorsement should be based upon cost to the citizen. It should be based upon possibly even a separate fund to help those who need emergency assistance and don't have the insurance or warranty program. One company coming in and getting an exclusive endorsement on something like this is not what the city should be doing. Lycia has already brought up the possible legal problems. I think there are moral and ethical problems and economic problems involved as well. So I have no problem with the city endorsing a program like this, educating the public that this is available. This is the price range to expect, but getting into an agreement with only one company as an exclusive endorsement, especially if they're allowing the use of the city logo, is the wrong thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, ma'am. And state your name, please, ma'am, and you have the floor.
Mary Casper. I heard this was going to come up in the council meeting, so I did a little bit of research on it. San Diego received $242,000 for the use of their logo, and they expect an income from a program like this of over $1 million a year. So it's a rather big incentive to go ahead and do this. Sanford, Florida received $10,000. That's what the company, Utility Partners, offered them. It sounds like it's very good, but one thing going through all the contracts you have to remember is that there are actually two separate contracts. You have to have one for water and one for sewer. So it is not one billing price, it is two. And the sewer is generally higher. And I got this off of the Sanford, Florida contract, which is online, and it was 2013, so it's relatively new. What Abilene received for the use of their logo, what Plano received, what Odessa received, or anything else, I could not find. It never stated. The person also has to warrant and state that their water lines and sewer lines are in good workable order before they are even covered. The policies do not cover pre-existing conditions, just like your medical used to. So that is something else you have to take into consideration. There needs to be a lot more research done. Utility Service Partners is a very good company. They have got a A+ rating from Better Business Bureau. I'm not saying it's a good program. I'm not saying it's a bad program. But you have to be very aware that there is a lot of education, and you cannot make assumptions that everybody is going to understand what is actually going on. And be upfront if you take the money for the logo.
Can you tell us how some of the cities used the money that had some of the larger income that took the royalty? Do you remember?
Atlanta, I believe, and the royalty is $0 for no, 25 cents per contract, 75 cents per contract, and $1 per contract. So if you have two contracts, you're paying whatever. Atlanta, I believe, puts it into an additional water fund and uses it for to help low-income residents make repairs, do some to pay their water bills. That's one use. Some cities put it into general fund. So there are many ways that they could go ahead and do it. And you're also opening up to this company offers in-house water, in-house gas, in-house electrical, in-house heating and air conditioning contracts too. So it's not just water. I mean, it's everything else. Are you going to allow them and give the city endorsement to everything else? They do say they use local contractors. But, you know, there's a lot of ramifications to the whole thing. And that's just what I found out in one night looking at it. So there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Casper. What is the desire of the council to move forward on this? I'm totally opposed to it. I don't think the city has any business at all picking and choosing anything. So I'm opposed to it, but what do you think about it, Rodney? You want to move forward on it?
Yeah, I'd like to move forward on it. And really, you know, when you're talking about endorsing car companies and things like this, we're talking about something that the city is connected to their resident on. So there's not very many companies that are like that. You could talk about an electrical provider maybe and us as water and the sewer, but we're directly connected to that property. So I don't see it as opening the floodgates on, you know, car dealers and lawn mowing companies and things like that. We service that address. So I think that I would like to move forward, and I'd like to see, you know, what it depends on the companies that we're, you know, how much money can we get as a city, and what could it do to benefit us also, as well as help the residents.
Marty?
I'd like to move forward just from the standpoint I'd like to see a presentation. I don't know if I'm right now in favor of it or opposed to it, but I'd like to see a presentation and hear the pros and cons and then formulate an opinion then.
John?
I was going to say exactly what he said. I'm not ready for any type of endorsement, but if educating the public to what's out there available to them is what comes out of this via program, presentation, then I'm okay with it.
Charlotte?
I agree with everything that Rodney said. I think that we're not serving the people if we don't at least see a presentation and look at it.
Don?
I'm for looking at it.
And I know you are, Elizabeth.
Good.
Let's put a 6-1 on that one, and we will move forward, because I've already seen the presentation. So we will move forward. Staff, if you would put something together and bring it back to us and let us look at it. It is 12:11. Let me call for the executive session, and we will take a lunch break. Executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government Chapter 551, Open Meeting, Subchapter D, exceptions to requirement that meetings be open under the following sections. Section 551072, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property pertaining to Lake Nasworthy, possible police station location, and property owned by the city. Section 551074A, 1, to deliberate the evaluation and duties of the city manager, Daniel Valenzuela. It is 12:11. I expect we'll be in executive for at least an hour to an hour and a half. You think? So that's 1:11, 1:30, 1:45. I don't think we'll be back before 1:45. That's going to be the date. 12:11, Brian. It is 2:36. We do have a quorum. Johnny Silvas has left the building. We are waiting on Elizabeth, but I think she's right outside. So let's go ahead and get started. We are to number 22, which is the first public hearing and the introduction of ordinances, amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 207, entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Division 9, entitled Economic Development Cooperation, an ordinance of the City of San Angelo, Texas, amending Chapter 2 entitled Administration, Article 207, entitled Boards, Committees, and Commissions, Division 9, entitled Economic Development Cooperation, more particularly by amending Section 207-253 entitled Board of Directors, subsection 207-253C, in order to permit a director of the City of San Angelo Development Board to be appointed to serve as a member of the Water Advisory Board, providing for severability, providing for an effective date of the ordinance. Roland Pena, you are on, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. Roland Pena, Economic Development Director. As you stated, Mayor, this is the first public hearing and introduction to the amendment of the ordinance describes the Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors, how they're appointed, and their ability to serve on the Water Advisory Board. You may recall that the Water Advisory Board ordinance was amended in September, not too long ago, and it required that the Costa DC appoint one voting member to serve on the Water Advisory Board by way of two appointment options, either a member of the Costa DC Board or a city employee who performs staff services by contract for the Costa DC. Oops. Anyway, it would help if I get this situated correctly. So for the purposes of this proposed amendment, the public hearing and the amendment should address the appointment of the director to the Water Advisory Board. Currently, this subsection reads to this effect: no person shall be appointed as a director who is an employee, officer, or a member of the city council of the city, or a member of any board or commission of the city. So it's not permissible for a director to serve without this amendment. The proposed amendment allows us to make this, the proposed amendment will make this change, actually just an insert that says, except that a director may be appointed to serve as a member of the Water Advisory Board. So the first reading today is today, and the second is December the 2nd. Tomorrow we'll have our Costa DC regular board meeting, and I'll update the board to advise of today's proposed amendment and this hearing and then the subsequent hearing. Now, should the board decide to pursue option number 2, which is the employee that is under contract services, we're also making the provision for that in the contract services that the board will approve. Both items will go before the council on December the 2nd. I'm open to any questions you may have.
So you don't expect anything from us today except to introduce it, and then when you finalize it with the Costa DC Board, you will bring it back to us on December 2nd for action?
December 2nd, I believe it comes back as consent.
For second reading.
For second reading,
So
that's
we
correct.
need to vote on this today?
It's the first public hearing and introduction.
But you say you're going to bring more information to your Costa DC Board tomorrow?
That is correct. I will bring them up to date in terms of what's being presented today, this public hearing. And
You're going to present them tomorrow what we vote on today?
That's correct.
Okay.
That
I
is
understood that you had the second option that you would take up with them tomorrow, and I thought if we vote on the one option today and you take up a second option.
Well, your option allows only the director to be able to serve on the Water Advisory Board. In terms of the employee, we're going to address that tomorrow in the Costa DC Board meeting. And so in order to address an employee to be able to serve, should the board decide to appoint them to serve on the board, we're going to make that a requirement of their responsibility as we have a conflict in the employee policy that doesn't allow an employee to serve on any other board or commission unless it's their responsibility.
But your question,
Job.
Mayor, is whether
Somebody
we have
help
to
me
have...
with the wording
Yes.
of the motion.
Well,
I would summarize it as saying I move approval.
Second.
Right.
That
was
handles it.
excellent.
Okay. And if
Thank
we
you.
need to come back with an amended new ordinance that substantively includes an employee also being
Okay.
appointed, we will do that.
What we're doing today is accepting the fact that a Costa DC Board member can also sit on the Water Advisory Board.
That is correct.
Okay. And that was your motion, Marty?
Correct.
And that was your second, Don?
Yes, sir.
Any further council discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we had already done this when we reorganized the water board. The council had already approved for a member from Costa DC or their appointed employer, whatever, but that's okay. But I want to ask, is this revision, along with other revisions that we have made the last year and a half, I would like to see it come back in the book, in the handbook for Costa DC, and with it marked and tagged everything that has been changed this last year. to make sure that we got everything in council approval and they were all on the same page. It's just my only comment.
We can do that.
Public comment? Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Number 3 is first public hearing, introduction of an ordinance amending the 2014-2015 budget for capital projects, incomplete projects, and grants which necessitate budget amendments. Ms. Morgan, you are on, ma'am.
Good afternoon. This is the first amendment of the 2015 budget, and so I'll hit the high points on the additional information, but certainly grab me with whatever questions you may need, and I have that detail here on PowerPoint that I'll try to keep up with. The first item for consideration, the total amendment is $23,820,000 in expense. This is primarily due to this first item, the carryover of prior year's allocations for capital projects, items that could not be completed in fiscal year 14. Very often we have multi-year projects for capital funds, and so we're requesting to carry over $18,517,000 in change. This is related to last year's budget closing and needing to open those up, and there is detail in the background. The next item for consideration is the health lease and utility grant. We are receiving a grant from the RLSS LPHS for the nursing division's office space and utilities, $48,000 in revenue and $48,000 in expense. So the net impact for that one is 0. The next item you have for consideration is the bulletproof vest grant for the police department, $9,045 from the Department of Justice programs and $9,045 in expense as well. So again, the net impact of 0. The next item, the fire defibrillators grant for $230,000 in revenue as approved, I think, on today's consent agenda, and expense for the same amount of $230,000. The Emergency Management Services Program, this is related to Tom Green County offering to reimburse up to $98,658 to share in that program the local match in half. So they'll have their grant, their city contribution, and their county contribution now. So this is for everything from a part-time staff member, communications expenses, vehicle expenses, etc. The next item there is the New Freedom Grant local match. This is $270,000 from the Tiers North fund balance, and that is already available for allocation. Revenue already received in a prior year. An airport maintenance position, in the detail related to the airport budget that was adopted, revenues were significantly down, and so in order to balance their budget, we cut a maintenance position. However, there's a new fee for overnight parking. Aircraft remain overnight fees that is performing well, and so we're able to reinstate that much needed position for $30,493. That's the position including benefits prorated for the remainder of the year. That's still budgeted conservatively, so for what we think that fee will achieve. The next item is equipment replacement insurance proceeds, $50,000 received for wrecked vehicles that need to replace that vehicle. City auditorium renovation project, you'll see that amount of $4,566,000 in change in revenue and expense. A portion of that is the donation, the naming rights, which was approved by council recently, and then the remainder is for the roof. For that item, you may notice that it's not for the full amount of the donation. I think the naming rights were $5 million, and I believe that that's related to SAPAC is receiving the donation, and they are having some upfront soft costs as for the architect, and we'll get the remainder for construction. And that is the last item. So the total revenue is $5,033,000. The total expense is $23,820,000.
And this is just housekeeping.
It is, sir. Yes.
Somebody want to help me? Charlotte?
The total expense submitted, you said, was $23,820,478. That's what's on the front page. It refers to Exhibit A, but the net benefit is the $18 million. What the difference is what?
The difference is it's that expenses are greater than revenue. Most of these items I went through did have revenue associated with it that would offset it. So total revenue is $5 million. However, you'll note this very first one has no revenue associated with it. So revenue is only $5 million. Expense is $23 million. So the net.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve.
Second.
That's what I was waiting for. Do you have a motion to approve? Do you have a second? Any further council discussion? Public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one, Brian.
Thank you.
Number 24 is discussion and consideration of authorizing additional full-time equivalents, FTEs, in support of FY 214, 215 council priorities. Ms. Marley, this one is yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. As you know, there are a couple of different ways that we track our full-time equivalents in the system. One of them is from a financial aspect and making sure that we have funding for those positions. And the other is in human resources, where we actually count noses and keep up with how many employees we have. There were some projects that were approved in this year's budget where the financial end of it was approved by council, but there was no official action to actually authorize those full-time equivalents and add to our total head count. In addition to that, we did have some other areas that, based on the priorities of the council for the upcoming year, we determined a need for additional employees. And so today I'm here to discuss those increases with you. I'll refer to the memo, and in each of the areas where we're asking for people, the department director is here to answer any specific questions that you may have about the positions. As you know, according to the charter, the City Council maintains full authority to establish and create positions, so that's why we're coming before you today. The first area was in the solid waste collection and disposal lease, contract, as well as the landfill lease and operation. The contract did call, it had a requirement for a contract manager and an accounting clerk to do with the billings for the solid waste department. The cost of those two positions was, with benefits included, was $129,407, which was in the budget that was approved. We're not seeking any additional funding. We're just seeking the full-time equivalents for those two positions. And I know that Shane is here if you have any questions about those positions.
The only question I've got, I know that we have to have the contract manager because we need someone to keep up with this. But do we really need a contract manager and an accounting clerk? Can't one position take care of this?
I don't know if Mary is here. The way it was explained to me was that there was going to be a lot more billing involvement with this new contract, and so there was a need for an extra person over within the accounting department to handle that. But Shane, if you've got anything to add, or Tina.
Just to say that we've had a shortage in that division for a while now, and she does do quite a bit of work over there, Mary Cleveland, for the landfill. She's put quite a bit of effort into it, talking with Patrick and Shane and getting all of the accounts set up and everything. And she's having to do a lot of that work herself, where she could be doing things that are more pertinent to the billing and receipts division and getting a lot of things in order. And it's not productive for her time to be used for those types of things. And so I don't know if you have any other question.
There's certain reporting that I like to have from that area. One of the reports that I had requested before is zero consumption report, just to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can, that anytime a meter stops working or slows down, that we have the reporting necessary. That's just one example, but there's so much that she can be doing from that standpoint to make sure that we're reducing any losses that we have. And right now we haven't used it as effectively as we possibly could, because she's really doing more of a clerk job at this point.
Right.
Any council discussion on this?
I don't have a problem with any of the requests. I'm wholeheartedly behind it. I know that some of the positions on here that I personally have seen where we're lacking in bodies to do the work, and we can't expect staff to keep up with the pace that our city is moving and growing if we don't give them the additional tools to work with, and that is additional people in some of these areas. Without my going into specifics, some of you well know the areas that I'm referring to, so I support the request. And if you want a motion, I'll be happy to make it.
Are you going to take these one at a time?
I'd like to take these one at a time. I'd like to take them one at a time. Well, I don't have a problem with giving you what you need, Shane, but if you can do it with one, I don't see any reason to put two on it, but that's just my opinion. If you think you need two, then
They're two totally separate functions. The billing function is totally separate.
Anthony wants you at the microphone.
The contract management function is completely separate function from the billing function. Although these people will talk to one another, they're not necessarily working in the same world. So that's why you see the separation of the two positions.
Okay, sir. Do have a motion, Charlotte? You did?
On
Did
the item
anybody
one.
second her motion?
I will.
You did? Okay. We do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on council? Public comment? Call for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that, Brian. Number
Thank
two is
you.
Hickory Water Supply Plan. In original proposal for the Hickory Water Supply to be developed, it was known that increased staff would be required to operate the supply plant. And in order to this resource to be added, staff proposes adding 6 positions: 4 water treatment plant operators, maintenance mechanic, maintenance technician. Sufficient budget exists in the water operating fund to support these positions. No additional funding is requested. And I probably just read what you were going to read,
You
didn't I?
did, and you did great. Thank you.
Move to approve?
Second.
My question is, how much is this? Even though we don't need additional funding, how much are we talking about?
Let me just see if I have that with me. I think I do.
And while you're looking, you might look at 3 also.
And my question is, can't we cross these employees from the water plant to the Hickory plant? Do we have to hire 6 people for the Hickory plant when we've got probably the same people working in the other plant?
We'll be happy to cross them from one to the other, but we need 6 of people at that plant to run it, in addition to the plant that we already have the folks in.
All
The
right.
total cost is $231,820.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to accept this as presented? Do I have a second? Do I have any further discussion? Public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one too. Straight maintenance. Well, I'll let you do that.
Oh, okay. All
do it.
right.
Street
Okay.
maintenance.
The third one is street maintenance. This is a council priority for the upcoming year. You approve the annual funding allocation to cover the increase in services related to the street maintenance, specifically crack seal and seal coating processes. However, they do need the bodies to be able to perform that work. And so they have itemized 6 positions that would be important for that priority to be continued. And I see I didn't put the cost of that one on there either. Okay, let me get that here.
While you're looking it up, is there any way we can do it with less so the mayor won't have to ask that?
The cost is $219,311.
Do we really need 6?
I think you really do.
Yeah, I think
It's
this,
got the crew
this,
leader.
one, this one is the one that I really am in favor of. I wasn't even going to ask that question, Marty.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to find these people? I mean,
That's
the
the problem.
last time that I talked to you, you had like 9 positions open then. Do you think you can find somebody to fill these positions?
Yes.
Eventually, yes, sir. I'm not going to say how soon or when, but yes, sir, eventually we will.
How many positions do you have open now?
Right now in Street and Bridge, we are in the process of hiring our final open position in Street and Bridge right now. Now, it's not the rest of the divisions, that's just in Street and Bridge. But we are in the process of hiring our final open position in Street and Bridge right now.
Overall, how many off are you?
Oh, she has all.
I've actually got the numbers. And this is citywide, not just Shane's area, but we have 47 full-time vacancies at this particular moment in time. We also have 16 positions that have recently closed, and there are people that are going through the hiring process. So we're functioning right now with 63 people, fewer than what we have allocations for.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
And I would love to see us eventually get back in this business so we don't have to use the private contractors, but, that's a discussion for another time. Somebody help me on this one.
Move for approval.
Second.
Do I have a motion? Approval on for Don. Elizabeth is seconded. Further council discussion? Public discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Development service improvements.
Yes. As you recall, there's been a lot of discussion across several different meetings with council about the processes within the Development Services Department and our interest in improving that. There's been a lot of discussion about one-stop shop at Development Services, and as a result of that, we are requesting 2 positions to try to continue to implement that process. The first one is a Development Services Technician. This particular position would assist in the development process by doing their checks on all plans, plats, and checklists. Funding has not been allocated for this position, and at this point, we are estimating the total cost, including benefits, to be $51,914. The other position in Development Services that they're asking for is a Deputy Building Official. This is a position that we've had at one point or another over the years and is presently not authorized. So they are asking to reinstitute that position. And this position would actually assist in the oversight of the Permits and Inspections Division by assisting with the plan reviews and field services that involve permitting and outside inspections. This is another position that has not been allocated with any kind of funding, and so the estimated total cost at this point is $77,914. And I know that Patrick is here if you have any questions about those.
And this is going to speed up our process?
That is
Patrick?
the intent.
Mayor, I think this is an excellent way to invest and get a return on our investment, because the faster that we can speed up the development process, the faster we get tax base on the ground. So I would be happy, I would be pleased, tickled to make the motion to approve these 2 positions.
Is anyone pleased and tickled a second? You are?
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I have a little bit of heartburn. Item B, I think that we're not adding boots on the ground, so to speak. I mean, to me, that's an administrative position. It's not somebody that's going to be out in the field doing inspections. It's not going to be somebody that's doing full-time plan reviews and those sort of things. And from what I hear, that's what we need is to be able to do those functions versus an assistant manager, so to speak.
I'm also kind of interested in perhaps seeing other opportunities for what Mr. Vardaman is talking about. So I'm going to be less inclined to approve the next ones, because I think we could do more with more inspection, as he's saying, more boots on the ground, because we're going to be changing exponentially with regard to development. And I'm not sure 2 internal people are the complete answer to that.
And I think what they're saying, Patrick, is that we've got to speed this process up. And it was a council priority that all 7 of us at our little meeting, we wanted this done, our retreat. We want this time sped up. We want a more customer-friendly permit and planning department, and that is the interest of every one of us. So whatever tools we can give you to make this happen, we will give you, but we want you to use these tools in the very best way, because we need to speed this process up. Is that fairly said? Yeah, close enough.
Mayor, I might add that
Yes, sir.
on that item, and Patrick can speak to this as well, but on that particular position, one of the other requests I have heard of council is, 1, to speed things up, 2, for consistency. So one of the areas we've been trying to address is the area concerning consistency as far as inspections go and those kind of things. This person would also help a lot with that, to try and make our inspections consistent. From time to time, this person would also probably hold those type of skills to where when we have an employee such as we are now, we're down staffing, this person can step in to assist with those inspections as well. So their task is going to be sort of a combination of multiple components of that as I see it. I don't underestimate the value of having additional boots on the ground, because I think we need that. And to be quite honest with you, I think we may need more than this. This is what we came to you at this point, but I didn't want to overwhelm what we're asking for, but I anticipate we could use another person for boots on the ground as well.
Well, I'm really skeptical that this is gonna solve the problem. As far as fill-in, they have to be certified in order to be able to do it, and you're not gonna have a person that's certified as electrical inspector or plumbing inspector or construction and everything all in one fell swoop. But anyway.
That's correct. But our goal would be to get that person into that line. But I agree with you. They're not going to be certified in all those areas right off the bat.
And one of the complaints that I consistently get is all the little personal little fiefdoms. And people will do everything they're told to do, and they do it, and then they go back and get someone else, and they're told an entirely different set of rules. And we need consistency in our permit and planning department so that everybody's speaking the same language and everybody's in the same book. And that's my primary complaint that I get, is that every time you get a different person, you get a different set of rules. And we don't need these little personal fiefdoms.
Absolutely, and that's my goal as well. I think one of the things that I want to underscore is the fact that we need to develop processes, and so there is both an internal and external component that needs to be reviewed. I don't think anybody really understood maybe the depth of some of what needed to happen internally in terms of some of our processes, and so that's why it's important to really get those corrected. I mean, you've authorized the software, which obviously will help both internally and externally. We do need to look at how we go about doing business, and then as Rick suggested, with an additional person to oversee the activities out in the field, in addition to assisting with the plan review, we'll be able to be more consistent and have better quality control as it relates to what happens out in the field. So I agree with you. We want to be consistent, have consistent standards, and apply those across the board.
Thank you, Patrick.
I do have a question on your statement about providing what we need. So if we think we need, I mean, I didn't want to go above and beyond what we're requesting, because I think that this will get us started in the right.
I think you're pushing your luck now.
With two, but I think, the statement was boots on the ground, and I agree with that. But my concept is that we go with this, and then come the next fiscal year, as we're reevaluating, if we need some more, we try to implement more at that time and work it that way.
I would say let's put this on the valuation type deal. We'll give you the tools that you're asking for, but show us some progress and show us that it's working, and then if you need something else, then we can always look at it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve as presented? I do have a second. Do I have any further council discussion? Discussion from the public? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Put a 5-1 on that one, Brian. All right, where are we? Internal auditing citywide function.
Yes, sir. The City Audit Committee had requested that we create a position that would work within the internal audit function. The position that we've come up with would be a grants coordinator that would coordinate the grant application process for the city. The fact that this particular position would also watch over all of the grants and make sure that the different carryovers and reimbursement throughout the year would occur. Funding has not been allocated for this position, and the estimated cost, including benefits, would be $49,979.
I would love to speak to this if I may,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor. I also serve on the audit committee for the city, have been in that position for quite some time. I see a lot of things that maybe the rest of the council doesn't see with reference to the audit, the internal problems. On that committee, I am the only city council member. Committee consists of independent accounting firms here in the city and staff from the accounting such as Tina, Michael, and Jaime? Jorge.
Yes. No, Jaime.
Jaime.
It's Jaime.
Jaime, okay, I thought that was right. That work on that committee and review the work of the entire city in the accounting, the intake, and the output of funds and how it's correctly handled. And for us to think that we don't ever make any mistakes, we're perfect, we don't need overseeing is a false place to be. We need that second position, and I'll speak to the next item, which is an assistant. I think to train two people in that position, to have a backup source, it is so important to have a backup who knows the depths of what is coming in and cashing out in the funds of the city. And if we meet all the checks and balances, we can't expect one person to continue to do that. Steve basically has been carrying that position, has done quite well, but it is tremendous. It is much more than 70 hours a week. And to have a backup for vacation, sickness, illness, or if somebody moves on, who could work regularly in finance department, Tina's department, where they are constantly crunching the numbers and preparing the statements for the city, to me is a very crucial position that we've overlooked and have paid the price in a few areas because of some costly mistakes. The audit committee strongly recommends, and I concur with this, and I'll let the rest of it go to Michael Dane. I've pushed for this for a few years now.
Council discussion? I'm sorry, Mike.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. The audit committee has one council member, 2 staff members, which are currently Tina and myself, and then 2 CPAs from out in the community. That design being so that the staff members could not dominate the votes in that case. In the case of these positions, this position, primarily this grants position, the justification exists because the internal auditor is spending 40 to 60% of his time working on grants, assisting departments who have grants and need to follow up with administrative compliance issues. And we have our internal auditor spending 40 to 60% of his time assisting in that capacity. And so that is a direct reduction of his ability to do internal audit work. I think Charlotte has accurately reflected what the committee has seen, and they reflected their wish that this grants assistance, grants coordination duty be taken on by an additional employee, and they actually took minuted action and made it a formal recommendation for the city manager to consider, including in a future budget. And as we were talking about adding full-time positions, we thought it appropriate to bring this topic up at this time for the full council to consider. The primary issue is that the work is being done at this point by the internal auditor, which leaves dramatically less time for him to do actual internal audit work.
Move to approve 5A as presented.
Second.
Do we have a motion? We do have a second. Any further discussion from council?
I'm not interested in these at all. I believe that grant administration should be with the lead project manager, and that adding these 2 positions isn't necessary. I think there's more an issue of accountability. I understand that Councilwoman Farmer probably has information that I don't because she serves on that committee, but based on this and what I know, I would much rather see this go to inspection services or development services, again, for frontline employees than building back office needs.
Could we please have Stephen come up here and kind of address this issue as well? Because he's the one who really is dealing with the auditing and also the grants at this point.
But again, I'm not sure that Stephen is the one to answer why he's doing grants administration when he's the internal auditor. And I think you've been doing a fabulous job as the internal auditor.
Just want to give a brief history on the internal audit position. This position was vacant for 2 years prior to me taking this position. When I did fill this position, staff as well as the audit committee determined, based on findings from 2 prior years' audits that were grant related, it was determined that not only should this internal auditor do internal audit work, but also have oversight of these grants, because they put the city at a high risk of losing funding for these grants. Federal and state grants require quite a bit of compliance. So like I said, at that point in time, it was determined that the internal auditor not only do audit work, but also have oversight over those grants.
Steve, Tina can assist with that answer.
I believe that the grant position was correlated into the internal audit position as a response to an external audit. I believe it was fiscal year 2012, but then and before, there were some findings in our single audit, which is the audit that governs any grant money we receive from the federal government. And so in response to those findings, we implemented this position as part of the internal audit function. Since that time, we've not had any findings in our single audit, which is definitely a good thing, and I think that's part of the reason.
Our outside independent auditor report that we have done annually that looks at the work, their findings and their recommendation was also to the council at the 2012 that we fill that position and it be covered.
Any further discussion from council? Do I have public comment on this? The motion has been made, and this is 5A, which is that we will hire a grants coordinator position. This is a $49,979 position annually, including benefits. Call for the vote. All in, yes, sir.
I got a question on
Yes, sir.
This is the first item that funding has not been allocated for. Where will it come from? If we
Mayor, if I could?
Yes, sir.
Councilman, thank you for that. However, the two planning positions also don't have funding in the budget. They are proposed to be funded from general fund balance for this first year, to be worked into the regular budget in the process, in next year's budget process. That is the same proposed funding source for this grants coordinator position. A couple of funding options. First of all, we have not reviewed and adjusted planning fees in, I'm not sure how long it's been, 2 years. And with this growing burden, it's appropriate that we do review those. In fact, Daniel has directed staff to review all fees every year, and they've implemented a process to begin that. So planning fees could be a way to assist in funding those planning positions. For the grant coordinator position, in the future, we would envision some sort of combination of general fund dollars and indirect cost allocation dollars, which is a charge we make to grants and to outside funds for central services which are provided. In other words, the grant that this person works on would help fund part of their salary in the future. But for the first year,
General fund.
Councilman Self, this is proposed as a fund balance funded position.
Call for the vote. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
See some hands. All opposed, nay. Raise your hand. This one failed 2-4. B, council member requested.
There's not any sense to cover this one since the first one failed, because it was a second added position for backup to have internal assistance in our auditing, and to have backup and additional assistance in accounting. That's a lot of numbers for the city that we need watching. So I suggest that we move to 6.
Do we need to vote on this one? Just to get closer to it?
Might as well. I
Yeah.
mean, just to close it out.
I'll make the motion that we disallow B. We do not fund it.
Second.
Do have a motion that we do not fund B. We do not create this position. I do have a second. Council discussion, public comment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay?
Nay.
So we have another 4-2 vote on that one. So it has been denied. Number 6, Lisa.
All right. These are just some miscellaneous administrative functions that had been requested by council. And the first one is to authorize an office assistant position within the Development Services Department. One of the functions of this position would be to answer and route telephone calls, greet customers, complete various administrative forms and reports. Funding has not been allocated for this position, and the total cost is estimated at $28,350.
Does this mean that the automated system will go away? Patrick?
I believe that the system would be greatly modified. I think that we have an interest in obviously having the ability to allow for there to be messages left. So we obviously, with an additional person, could make the system more user-friendly.
What was that, a yes or a no?
That was a perhaps. But the automated, well, if that is the inclination of the board of the council, we certainly could eliminate the system.
What did we spend on that system?
It's part of our internal infrastructure. It didn't cost us anything.
our phone system has the ability to do that in any department.
Right, that's what it said. It's part of
So
internal, yeah.
It would our IT department spent a little time setting it up.
Correct.
So that it would do what it does.
Patrick, will this be strictly for your office or for building inspection also?
It'd be for the entire building. Well, and the entire, I guess I should say one stop.
Okay. If you'll tell me you'll do away with that automated system, I'll vote for it.
Well, and you know, I think the person can answer a certain number of phone calls, but, you know, if they're on the phone, it's obviously going to have to roll somewhere.
Correct.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah. I've had a lot of complaints on that automated system.
Doing what we can, sir.
Makes me mad.
Help me, Don.
Move for approval.
Second.
Do have a motion to approve. I do have a second. This is for a person, a live body, to answer the phone, to take messages, and to transfer calls instead of punching buttons. I think it's wonderful.
That's what it was, alive.
Further council discussion?
He didn't convince me that this would take away automated system and people's calls would get returned. I'm just not convinced that this is the answer to our problem there.
Public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sue, raise the hands again. Nays?
Nay.
Okay, let's put a 4-2 on that one.
And again, I wanted to just point out, this is another general fund balance position. Okay. The last request is to authorize an additional assistant city attorney position for our legal department. This position is obviously, would certainly strengthen our ability to process requests through that department, which obviously would benefit everybody in all of our users within the city. Funding has not been allocated for this position. The total estimated cost for the position, including benefits, is $103,428. And again, this was a council member request.
How does council feel about this one? Somebody get us started.
This was a council member request?
Yes.
Who requested that?
I did.
Councilmember Farmer.
I'll jump out there and say the processing time from our legal department has lengthened, and it's because they are handling a whole lot more requests in the legal department than they were this time last year or year before, the year before that. And that is based on the growth and the amount of time that has to be spent in reviewing and reading legal instruments. There again, it's the amount of work at the pace that the city is growing that has, in my opinion, called for this increase of staffing. We can't expect to produce the turnaround time to be as it was last year when we have 4 times the workload.
Before Ms. Farmer actually requested this item for the to be placed on the agenda, Ms. Bowling and I had already discussed this, also along with the HR department, because they have had a large volume of work. I think that the staff there has done a fine job as far as trying to keep up, and sometimes not even keeping up, but that's a lot of hours that they've been working. And we had discussed as far as the needs for that department and what that would look like. We had initially talked about an assistant city attorney. We had talked about paralegal. We had talked about our options there. I know that probably Ms. Bowling can talk a little bit more about this, but again, they have had a large increase as far as the level of legal work that they're doing at this point.
True.
Move to approve is presented.
Second.
Do have a motion that we hire an assistant city attorney. It has been seconded. Any further council discussion on this item before we vote? Public comment? Call for the vote. This is $103,428 annually. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
That's a 3-3, so I guess we'll be waiting on that until next week, or next meeting when we have our 7th member.
All right. As I mentioned in those that are funded, we will be coming forward with resolutions that are necessary in order to adopt it into the budget, and it will include the FTEs that you've authorized today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Number 25 is discussion and possible action on matters related to the funding of capital projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, City Manager. This discussion is being driven by some imminent needs, but there are also some other needs that have been brought to the attention of staff and city management that directors have brought to our attention, or whatever other means. But right now, the most imminent projects that we have coming up would be the Fire Training Center and the fire station. The Fire Training Center, we have received a grant award from the federal government in the amount of $1.2 million. That grant will expire on March 27th if we do not break ground. I believe we just have to break ground by that point. And then we have 2 years to complete the project to receive the grant award of $1.2 million. The additional amount of funding that we would need would be $2.8 million. That's, I guess, a good estimate right now. It may change, give or take a little bit, but at this point, that's a good number. And then also Fire Station number 4. I think that Council's pretty aware of that project and its imminence as well. But with the Fire Training Center, I do believe, I've been informed by Chief Dunn that in the past, Council had already allocated some amount from ambulance fees that would go towards a possible debt issue to fund that item. The rest of these, we're kind of here to discuss and try to define a funding source for those.
The key here, Council, is that we're going to issue debt for these amounts, and we want to remind you of projects that you've heard about before, and then inform you about some things that have come to our attention or been brought to our attention as we contemplated this debt issue. The key question is, we're going to borrow this money for these projects. Are there any of these additional projects that we need to consider moving ahead with right away?
Do we need to vote on these individually? What's the procedure you need to follow?
We're going to need direction from you about what to include in a bond issue, and certainly we recommend those first 2 items. We would like your discussion, and we're not necessarily recommending all of these. We just want you to be informed that these needs exist, and if you feel strongly that something should move ahead, we need to know that. And for those that we think are necessities, we'll let you know which ones we think are necessities.
So I guess just let you go ahead and run through your presentation.
Yeah, and I wanted to just say that the reason that we're here now is, like I said, that grant expires March 27th, and it is a 75 to 90 day process to issue debt. So that's why we kind of need to get direction now, so that we can get with Vince and get him started on what we need to do to move the process forward.
I thought we'd already approved this.
Well, you've approved some of this.
Some of it, right.
You've approved the projects, you've approved some of the funding, but there are items listed here that have not been approved to move forward.
How about the Fire Training Center? Haven't we already approved that?
The concept.
You approved the hiring of the construction manager, all that kind of stuff. You've approved the funding source, where it's to come from. This is the actual dollar amount, and thus we would need to move forward with issuing the debt. So you haven't officially taken action to issue the debt, those kind of things. Yes, you have approved the funding source and so forth.
And we will be back with a budget. Once the debt is issued, we will create a budget that goes with it. So there are 2 or 3 more approvals associated with that project alone.
Sorry, Tina.
No
Yes,
problem,
ma'am.
sir.
Well, at the fear of showing my ignorance on something, I have to ask, when I so strongly urged and argued for street improvements, being Southland Boulevard all the way around, bringing Twin Mountain around, council had suggested that this be included in capital improvements. And I don't see anything in here for any streets, or even specifically that piece in capital improvements.
Good question. Why don't we go through the presentation? There are some streets. There is a streets line in here, and
love to see it.
All right.
Okay.
Hope it's there.
All right.
I can't find it.
Again, just the Fire Training Center at $2.8 million. This is a picture of our current Fire Training Center, and then an idea of what the new one might look like. We have the Fire Station number 4. This is the current station, and an example of what one of our newer stations looks like, just so you have an idea what we're looking at here.
How come our slides are different than yours?
Since our numbers are different.
Our numbers
are lower.
We did have some updates. We've been working through this with directors, and they've been updating our numbers as we've gone through the past week. So I apologize for that. But these are the most recent and updated numbers that you're seeing now. I'd
So
be
it
happy
went up
to.
700,000?
Mine.
The ones that you're looking at on the screen are the most current.
That picture we're looking at right now, it went up 700,000.
That was an estimate from several years ago, I believe.
We, as you recall, recently you hired the construction manager on this project, so we were getting the figures to those. What they had plugged in on yours, I guess, was the original dollar amount that was which we issued last time. So we hadn't gotten the figures to them. We gave those to them on Wednesday.
That's a big jump.
All of our projects in that regard, as we've seen, the construction has gone up anywhere from 30 to 40%. So what we did was estimate a 35%.
How is this going to affect us when we're talking about doing a new police station, and we're doing these? We have these firehouses, which I'm totally in favor of new firehouses all over the place, but the police station is older than any firehouse that we currently use.
Just to comment on, would you go back to that slide on the
Absolutely.
the fire? This, and Brian can speak to this better than I can, but this truck, I believe, is the one that's 20-something years old, because you can't get a modern fire truck in the station. They're too big.
Okay.
And so I don't remember exactly what year this was built, but this is the same sort of scenario you're up against with the police station. I mean, theirs is equally as important, but you're going to be up against the same sort of challenge with the building construction costs.
Right.
In the amount they've escalated in the past few years.
But what I'm saying is, you guys are putting all these projects on here, and we're talking about doing a police station, and it's not on here.
It is on there. The slides you have, that presentation has been changed 3 times since you got that.
Okay, yeah,
But-
I'm not seeing it on here.
Well, we'll work through it.
Okay.
But the point you're making that we need to consider our future big issues, that is a major point that we want to make later on in the presentation.
Okay.
But we do need you to bear that in mind. We don't want to do too much right now because we need to hit a big lick on streets and hit a big lick on police station.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Sorry,
we
Tina.
need to reserve our capacity to be able to do that. But in the meantime, we have some smaller needs that may need to be addressed.
Yeah,
would
everything
recommend
on the
disregarding
computer
what's
is
on the
just making me
computer.
mad because everything's way off.
Easy, big boy.
It's all way off.
I apologize for
Yeah,
that.
we should-
Down, Rodney.
If we had more help
I'd
in
keep
accounting, that
flipping
wouldn't happen.
slides. I'd
Keep
get
us
them off
moving,
that one.
Tina.
Okay. Sorry, now my
Well.
slide's stuck. Okay, and so here's a list of other projects that we've been working through with staff and directors. Some of these are on the capital improvement plan currently, some are not yet adopted in the plan. And I can go through these one at a time, and then you can have questions for each of the directors if you'd like, or how would do you want me to just go through them one at a time?
Go
And then
through
we'll, okay. So the first one would be P25 radio upgrades at $6 million. That has to do with public safety and radios, and I did ask Chief Vasquez and our IT manager, John Eads, to be here to answer any questions related to that if you have them.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Can we put this off until next meeting when we've got all the figures that we can look at and everything is right so we know what we're dealing with? Or do y'all want to go ahead and do this today?
I wouldn't mind seeing what they're offering.
Let's see it. I think we're going to
Okay.
mark some of these out.
Okay. Go ahead, Tina.
Okay. So did you have any questions again for Chief Vasquez or for John Eads and IT?
No, can
regarding
we
this?
just run through them to see what they are before we start asking questions?
Sure.
Well, I need an explanation for my mind process, okay? I've gone through them and looked at them again, all of the safety, the armored car, the police department, all of these things. Is that on top of the police request that's in here? Is that in addition to?
The police station?
Well, the radio upgrades, the communication software, for the police, the safety, is that in addition to the amount that's in here for a new police station?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Take us through them right quick,
Okay.
and let's come
so
back
the
to.
police communication software upgrade at $1.5 million. Neighborhood park restrooms, including MLK, at a total of the restrooms at the MLK Park, for a total of $450,000. Again, already in the CIP. The parking garage, spur parking garage at just over $2 million is already in the CIP.
Why is it
Pardon
in
me?
there?
Because it needs repair.
Just close it.
It is partially closed. but it is an unresolved issue at this point, and part of the initiative behind, or the momentum behind the CIP process, was to make sure that staff brought to council's attention unmet needs on a regular basis. And so we need to keep you informed that that is an incomplete or an unmet need, that it is an unresolved issue, and to seek your guidance on what your objectives for that asset would be.
We need to figure out how much it costs to tear it down and just go from that. It's probably a lot
We know
cheaper.
Well,
they have that.
What I would say is, if you have an interest in that, we're not advocates for moving ahead with the parking garage, but we don't want you to make a decision about one project in the absence of knowledge of other projects which exist out there. We think you should know everything that's out there and then select your priorities. We would agree that at this point, we're not being driven by market forces or anything else, that the parking garage should go ahead. But you need to know that a potential $2 million project exists out there associated with the parking garage as you consider borrowing money for other issues.
Okay.
So, keep us moving.
Okay, moving ahead, these next few items are not yet on the capital improvement plan and would need to be added. The citywide HVAC, we have needs citywide for HVAC systems, specifically police HVAC upgrades and repairs. This includes not only HVAC, but some other maintenance and that type of thing if police is going to be in that current station for a period of time.
But we don't want to do that until we know if we're building a new building.
That's right, but we want you to be aware that if you're going to be in that building for a period of time, there is a substantial burden that goes with operating it effectively.
Okay.
And then citywide roof repairs, just under $200,000.
I would say that the citywide HVAC and the citywide roof issues are not intended to be all citywide HVAC and roof issues. That is just
There's a specific list.
that's the low-hanging fruit associated with those functions.
Do we not have insurance on this? This is the house across from the cemetery,
That's
right?
the house at
Cemetery
Fairmount
office.
Cemetery.
We have insurance?
That roof has been in need of replacement. It's not just a damage-related issue, it's a lifespan issue. It has needed replacement for some number of years.
I
It's
understand,
currently.
but we didn't have insurance. I mean, it's clearly gone through multiple hailstorms.
We'd have to
Well,
research
okay.
exactly
Okay.
where that is. There may be a portion
I'm just
of
asking
it.
a question the general public could be asking, I think. Okay.
Okay. We have property cleanup at two locations, the Station 618 Senior Center parking, which is currently, I believe, a building that would need to be cleared. And then there are some improvements at El Paseo that are needed at this time as well.
There's a building there that the city now owns that needs to come down, but there are a few steps that go with that. Eliminating some asbestos, there's a neighboring property with a common wall, multiple issues there that need to be addressed.
Okay, and so those are some of our more imminent needs, if you will, of course, at council discretion. But here are some items that are more future-related items. Police station, an estimate at $30 million. Streets to be determined. Of course, we have the street survey that we're working on right now, that Shane's working on right now. Water infrastructure, $137 million. Again, we have the water rate survey going on right now as well, so we hope to be able to address some of those issues in that way. And then separated out is the utilities customer service building at $1 million. Long-term water supply, of course, that's to be determined. We're not sure what that will be at this point. Same thing with Coliseum improvements and Convention Center expansion. Additional improvements at the El Paseo Pavilion at $2.5 million. Texas Bank Sports Complex restrooms for another quad there at $650,000. Then the Consolidated Operations Facility at $3.5 million. And an armored personnel carrier for the police department of $235,000. I believe that's all of the future bigger
So you can
needs that we
see,
wanted to discuss, and
What
keep
is
in
the
mind that
consolidated facilities,
for
operation facilities?
several years back, we determined that it would be operationally effective and efficient to have a consolidated operations facility that multiple functions which operate under Shane's direction, it would be a step up in efficiency and effectiveness to have them consolidated in one yard, in one building. And so we discussed the possibility of, do you remember that now?
Yeah.
And so that, we still think that those operational gains can be had. It's just there's a price tag that goes with it. And so as you see all of these out there, you can see that there are multiple needs out there, and we're not pressing for all of those to be met. But striking a balance between what we do issue now and what capacity we reserve for these high priority items is important. And so clearly the 2 fire stations need to go. The question is, how many of these other projects, if any, should we borrow money for at this time, or should we go ahead with these 2 items now and have further discussion for a bond issue next year on some of the other projects? Or if you have another timeline that you think is advantageous, we could discuss that. But we asked staff to be here to talk about why they felt what they had submitted was a priority. Some of these are public safety oriented, and so we would be advocates for the 2 fire station facilities, the 2 fire facilities to move ahead. And I think that's what we recommend. And our recommendation is that you consider some of the items on this page. Is that fair, Daniel?
Yeah, I think that the biggest issue here, of course, is that we do have a certain volume as far as what we can have on our, as far as the debt service on a year-by-year basis. We definitely do not want to surpass the 10 cents for the property value. There's a lot of needs that we do have. Needs to be broken down on a year-by-year basis as far as how much debt service, how much debt we actually can issue, and how we can address these items on a year-by-year basis. For example, we're not going to do all of the streets all at the same time. It's going to be broken down over multiple years. We need to make sure that we can also present to you a breakdown on a year-by-year and how that affects our debt service. And I think that will help you make a better informed decision. But at this point, really what we're looking for is what you feel would be a priority for us moving forward for an issuance specifically in this coming year.
And I can help you with this page. Let's look at the bottom half of the page.
I've got to interrupt.
Sure.
The way my brain works, I want to know what's been on the CIP previously. I want to know how these fit into that. What's the methodology? And you're asking us to go forward with a couple of $1 million or more. And when we were in the office last week, we talked about a $30,000 job. I wish we had been talking about this.
Yeah.
To me, this is huge. And it's like Charlotte said, whether it's streets or whatever, we keep saying, let's do this in a real thoughtful process of a capital plan. But I don't feel this is thoughtful. I feel we're being kind of confronted with some really big decisions. I mean, pick the first one. Chief Vasquez, what's our deadline on the P25 upgrade?
2015.
Okay, so, to me, that should be on the page with the fire stations. And there's probably a few more with what little I know. I have no context to do anything today. I'm sorry.
Well, the point was to discuss and get a feel for some of that context. On this page.
But where's our plan? Where's the plan and how this fits into a plan? Because the CIP is a rolling plan.
Dwayne.
And that's $13 million right there on that one page. Yes, Rodney.
Well, the way I would like it brought back to me, and this, I think that a lot of us would probably look at it the same way, is I would like to know how much debt we can issue, what our payments would be on that, and then you kind of figure out, okay, let's say, I'm just picking numbers, but say we issue $40 million worth of debt, and we can pick these 5 projects that fit up in there to the amount of money that we could put on the books for us, and still not go above where we're at right now. So I'm I'm totally with Liz on this. I can't just pick and choose things without knowing what the total picture is. And my picture may be different than the other 6 members of this council, but my picture would, before I'd want to do upgrades on any of the radio stuff, I'd want to be talking about the police station and the fire training and the fire station. Those three things, to me, are the three number one things that we should be talking about in here. And when we're talking about issuing bonds, well, we're talking about those are big money things also, besides the roads. Those are all, so I don't even know, can we issue bonds for that amount?
Yes.
For all three of those?
Well, you start, depending on how much you want to issue for streets. We've talked about numbers as high as $80 million in bond issues for streets. And numbers as high as $30 million for the police station.
Mhm.
You're going to need more tax rate in order to service the debt on that kind of money.
Well, but that's what I need to know. I need to know what can we service? How much can we service, and what can we? Because realistically, you know, we can all have these grand ideas of what we want to do, but it's what can we do?
Let me make a recommendation. Let us go back, and what we'll do especially is look at the priorities that the city council did prioritize us last time as far as the top 5 that we had. Make sure that we're addressing that over a multi-year period, and also include or consider some of the other options or some of the other requests that we've had. But you're right, I do understand what you're saying. We do need to break it down on a year-by-year basis. How much debt can we handle?
Yeah.
We can bring that to you and make sure that it'll make it better for you to make a more informed decision. Our apologies for the way we present it this time.
And
If it helps the staff, I'll say what I can eliminate and put in a priority is, number one, I'd like to see the capital projects, the CIP, conform to what our workshop was when we listed our priorities there, and that will weed out and put a lot of this in order. I'm certainly going to put the police station, police upgrades, communication software ahead of parking garage, neighborhood parks, and citywide high vac, and I don't want to consider $6 million for, or whatever it was, for police high vac, $2 million, if there's any way that we can possibly squeak by as we're working toward a new police station. That's the priorities that I want to see these things in before I approve anything.
Okay. Well, and I would like a little background information. You know, the P25 radio upgrades, how long is that? You know, if we put bonds out for 15 years for a radio upgrade that's going to last us 8, then we're spitting in the wind on that one.
Well, that's not what we would propose.
Right.
But you know, that's the kind of information I need. Where's the $6 million going to come from if we're not issuing bonds and those sort of things, and the longevity of some of the things that we're talking about and background on.
We'd be glad to bring this back oriented around the CIP. Yeah. There are needs that are not in the CIP, and we simply want you to be aware of that. And certainly we can work on a total capacity basis and go from there. Absolutely.
This was somewhat overwhelming.
Yeah. Well, the numbers being different from here to there is what, I mean, you totally lost me.
Well,
and the numbers weren't slightly different.
That's the reason we need more
They're
people
way
in accounting.
different.
I'm just being ugly. That's the reason we need more people in accounting.
I voted for it.
I know, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You going to bring this
Mr.
back,
Fleming.
Tina?
Absolutely.
Different format.
My pleasure.
We'll bring it back in different.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Let's move on to the consideration and possible action on matters discussed in executive closed session. The only thing that we did take action on was on the city manager's evaluation. We did by consensus determine that he did meet expectations and that his 5% raise would be, as all the other city employees got 5% for meet expectations, he would get the same raise, that he would go back to October 1 in our fiscal year. And that is the only thing that we talked about in executive that needs to come forward. We do have consideration of approving board nominations by council and designated council members. We have A, the Zoning Board of Adjustments, Richard Cortijo, SMD 4, to an unexpired term of 2/15. I will entertain a motion on this.
Move to approve as presented.
Do I have a motion? I do have a second. Do I have discussion? Do I have public comment? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Put a 6-0 on that one. Announcements and considerations of future agenda items. I'll start with you, Ms. Grindstaff.
No, sir. I don't have anything. I'll be out, though, the first meeting in December. I was supposed to be out the first meeting in November, and I've moved that event to the first meeting in December, so just so you know.
Thank you, ma'am. Don, do you have anything, sir?
No, sir.
Charlotte?
Yes, I do. Ready for that follow-up, Mr. Pena, from the COSA-DC audit that I had requested some time ago, and see the audit, the people have left, but I would like to see it on the agenda, and let's get it discussed and review the findings.
Bueno. Marty?
No, doesn't have to be an agenda item, but I've had several calls about the increasing the, knowing nothing about Wi-Fi or whatever, but increasing the availability or whatever at the Wells Fargo Pavilion. What is it called?
Bandwidth.
The bandwidth.
And just so you know, that facility is managed by the Stock Show and Rodeo Association, so
Oh.
we'll probably need to visit with them.
Okay, thank you.
Are you stealing it at your house?
No.
He's trying to get it to reach over to his house.
I haven't thought about that though, but
Do you have anything to add, Rodney?
No, I do not at this time.
I have nothing either, which takes us to the last, the 29th.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
3:48, this meeting is over.